Sidewalk. Hey now, sidewalk. Hey now. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hello, sis. How are you? I know.
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, beautiful people? And how is the rest of you? Morning, Jersey Jen. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you, hippie chicks. Hello, stranger. Not seen you for a long time. Haha, joking. How are you? Yeah, hello to you. Hope you're doing well. Badaza, afternoon, brother. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Lou, how are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well as well. KD, good morning to you. Still at the gym, but oh, well done, you. You're better than me, that's for sure. I've missed the gym twice this month. Dennis' reaction, absolutely, is a great reaction. Cried like a baby. It's a great reaction, exactly the reaction I wanted. That's why we did it, to get that exact reaction. So anyway, how are we all? I hope you are all well out here. Oh, hang on. Right, do you want to... Right, we'll do this then. They are so fucking backwards. It's unbelievable how backwards these streams are. So we now have the opening statements for this trial before the closing. So basically, yesterday they didn't record it live. They pre-recorded it. So I have it now. So we'll watch that, even though it's backwards, but we'll do that and then we'll go into the closings. They're so backwards, simply, but we'll wait a little bit because obviously wait for some people to come in. But yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Yaya. Still early days for most people. So I don't want to start this. Some people go, what's this? What's that? I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. We're waiting. We're waiting for a little bit. How is everybody here? I hope you're all well. Oh, I forgot to take my vitamin this morning, so I'll take it now. I got right here, my vitamin B12. Oh, I totally forgot about taking that today. So there we are. So yeah, Jen. So I think that what happened, I think, is that they recorded it, but not live. So it's a premiere now on Court TV. They're premiering it right now. So we will watch that first. And then, it'll give some context, won't it, as you say. And then we'll skip to the closings afterwards. Because it's verdict watch today. The guy's going to be on the stand, and then we got closing. So we'll do it this way. Might as well. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, starting to get there. I'm not at the minute. I'm not hyped yet. I won't lie to you. I'm not hyped yet. I think nearer the time I will be. It's just going so quick. It's 3 weeks yesterday. I will be in America, and I don't know. It doesn't feel like it yet. Last time I was super excited, so motherfuckers, this bitch comes in. You come in.
Fuck off.
That's all I have to say for you. Is
Fuck off.
and that's it. No, nothing else to say, really. We now know where we stand with Lady. Motherfucker, keep doing that. I think I'm back. So what we're gonna do? They are playing the opening statements now. So it's from yesterday, but they played it now, which we will look at right now. Do you know what I mean? Hey Dan, how are you doing, fella?
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Once more time. Great dates. Great dates. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
dates.
Great
tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great dates.
I think Dennis is excited, yes, but it's the same for him. I think once it gets to the last week and stuff, I think for me it's apprehension of the travel, because it's a long travel for me, because I leave on Sunday, travel 6 hours, stay overnight in a hotel. Next morning, first thing, get up, breakfast, catch a ferry, which hopefully the sea will be okay. That's going to be about 4.5 hours. Then have to travel up to my hotel. Hopefully they can get a taxi easy enough. Then stay overnight in Ireland. And then the next day, get to the airport. Because I've got to do all the clearing in Ireland, I've got to get a little bit earlier. So I'll spend about 3 hours at the airport. Then fly, 6.5 hours or something. Fly in. Then travel, try to get as close to Canton as I can, and then, get there. So the thought of it all doesn't excite me, but once I'm there, I'm going to be excited. I am going to be excited. It's just, do you feel the love? That is, especially if she doesn't, do you know what, Jen, if none of you like it, then...
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Nothing I can do about it. Fuck it. No worries, Dan. Anything for you, fella. Anything for you, fella. We'll, as I say, we'll wait a little bit longer, because some people are on the way to work and stuff like that, and it's an early start for some people. And also, because it's verdict watch, we've got so much time, well, potentially, so there's no rush. I'd rather zoom through all the boring bits, so I'd rather insult all of you right now, get that out of the way, take the piss out of everybody, and then take it from there, because we all know what the chat is like.
Nosy.
Bitch.
Nosy.
Bitch.
Nosy bitch. Right. What else have we got? Okay, I'll leave that there. I had a message through. I don't know where it's coming from. You know when you got same pings for everything? I don't know where that was. Messenger, Twitter, text. What? I still don't know where it's from. Email, maybe. I don't know. But I had heard a ping, but I don't know which message it is. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's all good. So yeah, what is it today? Wednesday. It is Wednesday today. So I am happy that we cover this trial. It is quite unique, but also it's nice and quick, which I also like. There's something to be said about, like, just a very short trial, because ping, microwave, not quite a ping, but something to be said about a short trial, because if you've got the long trials, like, it can go on for weeks, and if it's not a really good trial, then you just lose all hope. There was a year about, when was it, a year and a half ago for the Carrega trial. Was that was it 3 months? That was painstaking, like something like 80 days or something. That was painful. Every day was painful, but we were so invested, we had to keep going. But that was the longest trial I've ever done. But I'm glad we did it. But I'm glad it's done now, and there might be a retrial in it. And I don't think I can do it. I'm spent with it. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you must be all trying to get to work because no one's chatting. So it's you must either be bored or you're traveling to work. So I'll prep. I got it prepped here anyway, but I'll start it in a couple of minutes so we can hear. Going a bit backwards, I know, but we'll hear it first. I'll put that there. That's fine. Lady Di, yep, I am driving to work. Should already be there. Oh no. That's not good, Lady Di. That's not good. I am keying end of month's financials. How did you do that? I can't do that. I can't do two things at once, Jersey Jen, so fair play to you. I'm playing my game and listening right now. There you go, yeah, it's all good. It's just in my head, you're all driving. I am, like Lady Di is late to work, as always. Virginia. What can we do? Right, because of that, let's do this then. Let's play the opening statements from here. I don't think it's going to be too long either. You can multitask well. Good. Right. What I'll do is I will put this in opening statements from yesterday. Statements from yesterday. I'll just be playing now. Playing now. It's opening statements from yesterday. So put that on the screen so we got that, even though I'm sure people will ask. Hey Dave, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. Blue collared, nice to see you, buddy. Story of my life. I hope government shut down. Will they tell me to go home? They'll tell you something. They'll probably tell you,
fuck off.
That's probably what they'll tell you. That's what I would tell you anyway. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, Lady Di, come here. Lady Di, do you know what?
Fuck off.
I'm sitting in the kitchen with some toast and a bong. Hey, Dan's getting bonged up. Nice. Say hi to your mum from us, Dylan. Thank you. Yeah, I will. Thank you, my darling. I think she probably will watch this at some point. She does like to see the chat. Right, here we go then. Let's listen. Oh, excuse me.
Me and my girlfriend were cleaning guns. I didn't know it was loaded, and I shot her. That's what that man, the defendant, told the 911 operator when he called in to report the shooting. I was cleaning the guns. We were pointing them at each other. She said, I want you to teach me how to use them. We were pointing them at each other, and mine went off. That's what he told one of the first responding officers who arrived on the scene after that officer walked into the residence and saw Polina Wright seated at a dining room table in a chair with a gunshot wound to the center of her forehead. I go to dry fire the rifle. I dry fired it the first time, and the second time it went off. After I dry fired it the first time, I reset the trigger, which loaded around in the chamber. I forgot the magazine was in when I fired the second time. That's what the defendant told Detective Kyle Kern of the Ocala Police Department during a formal interview about how he, assuming a firearm was unloaded, pointed at the victim and pulled the trigger. And that intentional act, that decision to pull the trigger, caused a projectile to travel down the barrel of the rifle, strike the victim in the forehead, travel through her brain, exited the back of her skull, and and lodged itself in the kitchen wall directly behind her head. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here, and that's why the defendant is charged with manslaughter. During the course of this trial, you are not going to hear any evidence that the defendant planned to kill the victim, or that he acted with some premeditated design, or that he even intended to kill the victim. That's why he's not charged with first-degree murder. During the course of this trial, you are not going to hear any evidence that the night this all happened, the victim and the defendant were engaged in some big argument or some big fight, or that the defendant was acting with hatred, spite, ill will, or evil intent towards the victim. That's why he's not charged with second-degree murder. The evidence you're going to hear is that the defendant, assuming a rifle was unloaded, pointed it at another person and intentionally pulled the trigger, causing the death of Polina Wright. That's why he's charged with manslaughter. Polina Wright was a 25-year-old young lady. She was the daughter of John and Karen Wright. And the evidence that you're going to hear is that on September 19th, 2024, the defendant, Leslie Boileau, who at the time was an active Marion County Sheriff deputy, and his girlfriend, Polina Wright, went to dinner. The evening started like any other ordinary, normal evening. They went to dinner. They each had 3 margaritas at a Mexican restaurant for dinner. They got home, and the defendant found that some items that he ordered from Amazon had arrived at the house, some gun cleaning supplies. They put the football game on, and they settled in for what was supposed to be an ordinary evening. But ladies and gentlemen, that evening ended in a way that was anything but ordinary. It ended in a way that should never have happened. It ended in Polina Wright's death. At a little before 11 o'clock that evening, the 911 call center in Marion County received a call from the defendant to report this shooting. He told the call taker he and his girlfriend were cleaning guns. He didn't know his was loaded, and he shot her. He said, "I knew I shouldn't have been doing this." Ocala police officers arrived on scene pretty quickly. They went inside the house, and there they found Polina Wright sitting in a chair.
Hey, Dana. Oops. Sorry, Dana. Hey, Bex, do me a favor.
Fuck off.
One more time, Bex, yeah? Do me a favor.
Fuck off.
Right, so just so we got that clear. Happy days. Right, how are we? Bex, how are we, Dana? Yeah, I watched a little bit of live. Tracy was outstanding, as always. Dana was average, as always. Below average, actually. So, but yeah, it was good. It's good to see everything. Hi, Jesse Jen. Hey, Robin G. When did Robin G come in? Oh, there she is. Robin G. Hello, Robin G. Hello. So yeah, that's where we are. Nothing much else to do. So with that, you know what we're gonna say.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Fuck it. Let's get back to it.
There, at a dining room table, she had a gunshot wound to her forehead, dead center of her forehead. She was naked. There was a blanket covering the bottom half of her body. And she was sitting at that dining room table. Officers immediately noticed a large pool of blood at her feet and some blood spatter as a result of a gunshot wound around the area. The defendant quickly told the officers that she had a gun in her lap. So one of the officers, Officer McCurry, walked over and found that gun in the victim's lap, picked the gun up and put it on the dining room table. That gun was unloaded and there was no magazine in it. The officers also noticed at the dining room table at which the victim was sitting various other items. They noticed some gun cleaning supplies, and they noticed an AR-style rifle sitting on that table, along with some loaded magazines, some boxes of ammunition, some live rounds, and things like that. In order to provide the officers some room to work, you'll hear that the officers took the table at which she was seated and kind of shifted it over to the wall and moved some of the chairs around. And when the officers first arrived, they walked in and they saw the defendant was behind the victim, holding the victim's head stationary. one of the officers switched positions and took control of the victim's head to keep it stationary, and the defendant was escorted outside. Once the scene was cleared and determined that there are no other people inside the house or no other threats, emergency medical personnel came in. They quickly assessed the victim and unfortunately determined that she was not capable of being saved, and they declared her deceased. Once that confirmation was made, the officers took Polina Wright's body, gently laid her on the ground, and covered her body up with a blanket. Crime scene investigators came into the scene, and they started doing what they do. They started taking photographs of various things. They started documenting the evidence and collecting certain pieces of evidence. They collected that Glock 9mm handgun that was in the victim's lap, which ended up being the defendant's service pistol. They collected that AR-style rifle that was sitting on the dining room table at which the victim sat, as well as the boxes of ammunition, the live rounds, the loaded magazines, and things like that. They also located, near the feet of where the victim was originally seated, a fired or a spent shell casing. They located a hole in the kitchen wall directly behind the victim's head where she was seated. They eventually dug out the drywall of that wall, and they found the projectile that caused the victim's death. They collected those items, and the projectile on the wall, the spent casing on the ground, as well as that AR-style rifle, were all sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for scientific analysis. A Florida Department of Law Enforcement firearms analyst examined those items and determined that the projectile in the wall, the casing on the ground, were both fired from that AR-style rifle that was on the table. Now, I said a few minutes ago that the defendant was escorted out of the house when the officers arrived. And when he was outside, he made some statements about what happened. He told the officer, "I was cleaning the guns. We were pointing them at each other. She said, I want you to teach me how to use them. We were pointing them at each other and mine went off." He admitted to being the one holding that AR-style rifle at the time it was fired and at the time the victim was killed. He said, "I know it looks really bad." And during the next several minutes on scene, he continued to make statements such as, "I know better. I know better. This should not have been happening. I should not have let this happen." The defendant was later transported to the Ocala Police Department where a more formal interview was done with Detective Kyle Kern. The detective read the defendant, what are called Miranda warnings. He told the defendant, "You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Anything you say can be used against you." Those things that we all know. And the defendant was well aware of those rights. He was a deputy sheriff. But nonetheless, Detective Kern read those rights to the defendant, and the defendant agreed to speak. The defendant told Detective Kern that he and the victim were dating, that it was his house, and that night they went to dinner at a Mexican place. He told the detective that they each had 3 margaritas with dinner, and they got home, put the football game on, settled in, and then he saw that Amazon had delivered the gun cleaning supplies that he had ordered. He told the detective that the victim, when they got home, took off her clothes, which she occasionally did when they were at home in the privacy of their own home, and they sat at that dining room table across from each other. And the defendant started cleaning the guns with his new gun cleaning supplies that he got from Amazon. He told the detective that he was cleaning that AR-style rifle, and you're going to hear that that AR-style rifle had a sight on it that you look through, and it was a red dot sight, meaning that when you look through the sight, there's a red dot that is projected onto the target exactly where that bullet will go when the gun is fired. It's similar to a laser sight. The only difference is in a laser sight, when you activate the laser, everyone can see where that laser is, kind of like a pointer. But with the red dot, you look through the sight in order to see that red dot where the gun is going to fire and where the target is. The defendant said he finished cleaning the AR-style rifle, and he put the magazine, the loaded magazine, in that rifle. And at about that time, the victim, Ms. Wright, reached and grabbed the 9mm Glock handgun. The defendant said he then reached over, took the 9mm from the victim, unloaded it, took the magazine out, and gave it back to her. The defendant admitted then he took possession of that rifle, that AR rifle, now with the magazine inserted in it, And he said that they began to do what he called training exercises. They began to dry fire the weapons. By dry fire, what he explained was that when an unloaded weapon, you pull the trigger, it clicks because there's nothing in it to shoot. And if you reset that trigger and charge that weapon, if it's unloaded, the gun will click. And we pull the trigger and it clicks again. So what the defendant indicated that he did was he dry fired that AR style rifle, reset the trigger by charging the gun, which then loaded a round into the chamber. And while that firearm was pointed at the victim, he pulled the trigger the second time. That decision, that intentional act of pulling the trigger the second time, now with a loaded firearm, caused that firearm to discharge and kill the victim. Detective Kern asked the defendant, so during this training that you're describing, you were pointing the guns at each other? And the defendant said, yeah. I know I shouldn't have been doing that. That should not have happened. This is my fault. Polina Wright's body was transported to the medical examiner's office where an autopsy was conducted by Dr. Rachel Lang, a medical examiner. She's a medical doctor. And Dr. Lang will come in and she's going to explain to you the injuries that she saw on Polina Wright. And the primary injury that she saw was the gunshot wound to her forehead. And Dr. Lang will tell you that it was an entrance wound to the center of her forehead. The projectile traveled almost a directly horizontal path and exited the back of her skull. She'll also tell you about a second injury that she saw on Polina Wright. And that second injury was to the index finger of her right hand. She'll tell you that a projectile entered the outside of her right hand, exited the palm side of the finger on the right hand. And since there was one projectile located, one casing located, only evidence of one shot being fired, that the evidence is consistent with the victim's hand being positioned in front of her face in some manner, such that the projectile, when fired from the AR-style rifle, entered the back of her hand, exited the palm side of her finger, and then hit the center of her forehead as it traveled on a horizontal plane. Dr. Lang will explain that she determined that the cause of the victim's death in this case was a gunshot wound to her head, and she determined that this was a homicide. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that the defendant was armed with an AR-style rifle, that he pointed it at the victim's forehead and intentionally pulled the trigger. That caused the death of Polina Wright. The evidence is going to show that the defendant broke the number one rule of fire safety: never point a gun at somebody unless you're going to use it. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. We're going to ask you to do that because that's what the evidence will have proven beyond any reasonable doubt, and that's what the law will require. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Patty, do you care to make an opening statement?
I do. Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Good morning. What the 911 operator actually heard first is I just had an accidental discharge. And the operator wasn't sure exactly what the caller said. And he said, accidental discharge, in a very stressed, frantic voice. Those were Dale Boileau's first words to the 911 operator while holding Polina, his girlfriend of 2 years, seconds after he accidentally shot her. The charge, the entire case, is based on the circumstances surrounding how Polina Wright was shot. And the evidence in this case will make it fairly clear that the only reason that the law enforcement officers who investigated this case and the prosecutors who filed it would know anything at all about what happened is because Dale told. Nothing you will see that Dale told them was inconsistent with the evidence they found. And the evidence will show that he consistently told them that it was an accident. But the state says he said they were pointing the guns at each other. The first time he said that was moments after being rushed out of the house in the company of 6 or 7 uniformed Ocala police officers and standing out in the yard while he was nearly hyperventilating, crying, screaming Polina's name, throwing himself on the ground. In the midst of that, what happened, man? We were pointing the guns at each other and it went off. Not one of them asked him to describe that. What does that mean? Pointing the guns at each other and it went off. Nobody asked. More importantly, nobody ever asked him how the shooting actually occurred. He told Detective Kern, when Kern began a sentence with, so you were pointing the guns at each other, Dale actually stopped him and said, no, in the general direction. See, they were seated across the table from each other. So the weapons were going to be going in the direction of the person across the table. He did not ever acknowledge playing some game where they were pointing guns at each other. And he never said he pointed the rifle at Polina and intentionally pulled the trigger. He never said that. And the state says they had some alcohol that night. The evidence will actually show that Dale had been with Polina all day. They both had a day off and they chose to spend it together. They've been shopping. They went out for lunch. And then later in the evening, they went to one of their favorite places for dinner, a Mexican restaurant not far from Dale's house. And they ordered food and they ordered some drinks. Happy hour margaritas. It cost $4.49 each. Probably less than a glass of tea. The evidence will show there was no other alcohol consumed by either Polina or Dale that day. They didn't have alcohol at lunch. There was no alcohol out in the house that they had after coming home from dinner. And you're going to see the pictures. There's a can. It's like green tea that Polina was drinking, but no other alcohol containers anywhere in the house. And they were home for nearly 2.5 hours before this incident occurred. The evidence will show that alcohol was really not a factor in what happened that night. State says he pulled the trigger while pointing the weapon at the victim. But they will present absolutely no evidence that will tell you exactly what was going on at the point that trigger was pulled. And they can't, because no one asked him. The evidence will show A detective first spoke to Dale about 2.5 hours after the police arrived at his home. The detective first spoke to him the first time after Dale had been in the interview room in a metal chair for over an hour. Detective walked in, sat down, spoke with Dale for 16 minutes and 13 seconds. And then he got up and left. About 4.5 hours later, he came back again. And the second time, he spoke with Dale for 11 minutes and 13 seconds, and then left the room again. And then about an hour and a half after that, the detective came back in the room with an evidence technician, had her photograph Mr. Boileau and take his clothes, and then told him he was being placed under arrest without bothering to talk to him again. He was interviewed for a total of 27 minutes and 26 seconds. And he was in that interview room for over 8 hours. From midnight until nearly 9 o'clock the next morning. But they still will be unable to give you any evidence that explains what happened when the trigger was pulled, because they didn't ask. So when the evidence bringers over there rest their case and sit down, you are not going to know exactly how Polina Wright was shot. You're not. There's nothing in the evidence they're going to present that's going to answer that question, because they didn't ask. After they've finished, and I've had a chance to present evidence, and I rest my case and sit down, you're going to know exactly what happened at the moment Polina Wright was killed. Exactly how this horrible, tragic accident actually happened. An accident that has destroyed 2 families and that has haunted Dale Boileau since it happened and basically destroyed his life. And cost him the love of his young life. Please pay attention to the evidence. I know you will. Both the witnesses who testify and the exhibits and photographs and the other things that you will be asked to look at. Some of it may be unpleasant to look at. Dead bodies are not pleasant to look at. Okay, but pay attention. And I'll come back at the end. And if I'm wrong about them not being able to tell you how this happened, you tell me about it. Thank you.
Okay, so as I said, we were going backwards. I think that gives more context into what they're going for. I think that would have been very useful yesterday, I think, for all of us. Now, we will now... Bear with me, we will now, hang on, let me find it, and then we will, okay, hang on, let me find it.
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Once more time. Great dates. Great dates. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
dates.
dates.
Great dates.
I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
Okay, I got it here. So we're about to start. I'll skip it to the start. Oh shit, they're not even right. The jury are in, and he's now sat there. So that's about 30 minutes behind. So I'm going to leave it for a little bit and chat with the chat for a second. Yeah, $5 margaritas. I know. They bought 6 for less than $30. No worries, Dan. I saw it. I was like, oh, motherfuckers, why are they playing it now? They only released it this morning. Gilf, milf. Law margaritas, law is 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Yes. Say it with me. Say it with me. Great tits. Great tits. Hi, Dana. Good morning, Katie. How are you doing, Katie? If Bex and Lady Di.
Fuck off.
And for the rest of us, this has been a short stream, but a long stream. But, you know.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
And all of you individually are.
Nosy.
Bitch.
Nosy.
Bitch.
So, the great tits thing feels like it's brainwashing me. I don't know what for yet. Get a boob job. Get a boob job. Your husband will thank me for this. One day you'll get up and be like, great tits. I need great tits. I need bigger tits. Fuck it. I'm good. I hope you're well. I am, Katie. Congratulations to you and your husband, especially your husband, for sticking in there for so long, Katie. How many years? How many years have you now been married? Haha, Bex, that was funny. My rock is just fine the way it is. I bet it's just fine, Jersey Jen. I bet it's fine. You're all good, Jersey Jen. I'm just talking to Beck's husband. He's like, look, can you brainwash my wife to get a bigger rack? I was like, yeah, I'll make a great tit. She might then get a bigger rack. You know, we don't know. I don't know. Bex might have a big rack anyway, but I don't know. But it's funny. It's funny. I think it's funny anyway. So that's my kind of sense of humor. So when I heard the great tits, I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Because you all know I love boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. I should maybe take the Amy bit out, but you know, I love big tits. I cannot lie. No, I don't mind size of tits. It's fine. You're right. Mine is as well. Mine's. You could probably suck some of mine out and give it out to people. To be fair, mine's are too big. Actually, you know the rule. Pick so it's not true. Bad does it. Hang on, Jersey Jen and Bex are going to send me some emails now. We'll share with the class then. He knows I'll act a fool if I was to get them. We don't need that power unleashed. That's true. That's true as well. That's true. That's a good comeback, by the way. That's a good comeback. And I'm sure you're perfect as you are. I'm sure you're perfect as you are, Bex. I know you are perfect because you've got a sense of humor, and that's half the battle. So, 2 old nuns come across a dirty old flasher. One of the shocked nuns immediately has a stroke. The other nun couldn't quite reach. Oh, no. Talk about people with personalities. As most of you know, Lady Law had a boob job last week. I hope you're doing well, my darling. Lady Law right now telling me
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
There you go. She didn't get a boob job, but I hope you're recovering well. She did have an operation. I hope you're recovering well, Lady Law. Share with the class. Always will. Boob job. I have said to Lady Law we will have before and after pictures. So, and people who think I'm serious, I'm obviously joking. But if you think I'm serious, you probably wouldn't be here right now. But if she does want to whip him out, I'm not going to complain, you know. So I love the Lady Law. Love it. And you know what? Why not? Fuck it. Get a boob job. Fuck it.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
And then if anyone doesn't like it, you know what you can do.
Fuck off.
You can see what I've been doing today. Just fucking about, making fucking shitty videos. Do you know what I mean? I'll try and make some more. Morning, Lady Law. Lady Law Junior, Bex, Lady Law. Now, Lady Law's a massive flirt, but I love her for it. There you go. If I had a boob job, I'd never leave home. I know. You wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't even, but the advantages are, Dana, you wouldn't need a woman. Do you know what I mean? So, you just... I don't know where I'm going with that. I better be careful. Tell me you have no life without telling me you have no life. I have no life. Well, you've got to remember that I was up at 6 o'clock this morning. I went to bed at 2 o'clock. I was up at 6, wide awake. So I got a headache now, though. So I did think of Lady Di and Bex and stuff like that. And that's how I came up with a fuck it and, you know, fuck off. But also, where the fuck's Sarah P? Sarah P is late this morning. She is going to get a massive spanking because she's well late today. So, you see, this is why when the mods aren't here, I misbehave, you know, so they don't keep me in line. So technically it's their fault, not mine. Boat to boat yourself. I could probably do it. I could probably do it now. If I really wanted to, could probably do it. No, that'd be funny. Can you imagine motorboating yourself? Fuck yeah. Sorry, I'm drinking my juice, I am. Got a little bit left. It's delicious. Homemade, made it myself. Right, we should really get back into the trial, really, shouldn't we? Right, let me refresh and get live. Not live, but you know what I mean. Get somewhere around here. We're about 21 minutes behind. Boy Junior, come on up, sir. My future house must be sleeping off his oxycoma, lol. I know. I wonder why he was in hospital. I don't know why he was in hospital, but I hope he's okay. I do hope he's okay, though. But yeah, it is what it is. Lady Law, you're not in work at the minute, Lady Law, are you? You're at home. You must be at home recovering now. Oh, right, everybody. Are we ready? We're about 20 minutes behind. And as I know, we always say this. I know my ladies, I know the bitches in chat. You all love it from behind. So this is why we do it. People say, why do you always do it from behind? Because the chat love it from behind. So, are you going to work? Oh, shit. I thought you might not be going because you might have bruises and stuff. Shit, okay. So you're back. Good. Okay. Well, take it easy there then. You know, don't overdo things. Do you know what I mean? Because that was a big operation you had. So don't overdo it. But yeah. As always, Lady Law, I love you. I miss you. But yeah. Right. See, one of the old ladies, the old stagers, Lady Law's been here for over 2 years. She stuck with me for over 2 years. Can you believe it? Fucking hell. Excuse me, weirdos. Oops. Why was she naked when she was shot? No, it hasn't. I don't think it has, but it would probably be explained now, Dan. It'll probably be explained now. We are not like men when we have surgery. Oh, shut the fuck up. babies. Men are babies, you're right. We're probably about to hear besties. We are besties. Me and Lady Law. Me and Lady Law, besties. She's always got. Do you know what I love about Lady Law? Is she always has my back. No matter how much trouble I get into, I know that Lady Law's always got my back. So that tells me everything I need to know about a person when they got your back. We might not speak as often as we used to, but she knows I'll do anything for her. She will do anything for me. And that means the world to me. Besties. So, and let me tell you, I used to have a lot of fights on Twitter. And who was always there, even though I'm sure she was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. But she was always there, had my back every single day. She licked the strip off when she was at home. He said, oh, she liked to strip off when she was at home. Okay. Lady Di does that as well. Lady Di told me she likes to do that as well. She likes to lick it and liked. Yeah, fine. Some people like to do that. So, right, let me change this then, the banner, and then we will be ready to go. We should be about 25 minutes behind now. Right, everybody, strap it in or strap it on. Let's get ready to take it from behind. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Closer over right there. Told you. But I've been asking the same question, just not sure why naked and cleaning weapons doesn't make sense at all. Nothing makes sense, Dave. You're not on your own. Nothing makes sense. Right, hopefully we'll know a little bit more after talking to this guy. Let's strap it in. Let's go.
Please, court. All right. Would you state your full name, please?
Leslie Dale Boileau, Jr.
How old are you, Dale?
33.
Are you employed right now?
I am.
What are you doing for a living?
I'm working at a fabrication shop learning how to weld.
And you used to work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
I did.
How long did you work for the sheriff?
8 years.
And you were terminated as a result of the incident that we're here about today.
I was.
What were your duties at the time that you left the sheriff's office?
I was a patrol deputy.
How much did you weigh in September of 2024?
210, 215 pounds.
Okay. So it looks like you've lost a considerable amount of weight.
A little bit.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'6".
In September of 2024, how long had you lived in the house on 32nd Avenue?
About 5 years.
Did you own it or rent it?
I had a mortgage.
How did you meet Polina Wright?
We initially met on a dating app, and then we eventually met in person downtown a couple weeks after.
How did the first meeting go?
Went well.
Did you begin to see each other at that point?
Yeah.
At the time of her death, how long had you been dating Polina?
About 2 years.
Tell us about her.
She was a great person. She was modest. She was respectful. She was loyal. She encouraged me to be a better person. She was just naturally beautiful.
Had you met her parents?
I did.
How often would you see her parents?
Every now and then.
Did they live in Marion County?
No, they didn't.
Where did they live?
I believe it's Citrus County, Florida City.
Did you have some knowledge of Polina's upbringing?
Yeah, she told me.
What did she tell you?
She went basically through her entire childhood. We both did. She was adopted from Russia when she was 6 or 7. She has a twin sister and a brother that was adopted with her.
So the Wrights adopted her?
Yeah.
From Russia?
Yeah.
Did she have other siblings within the Wright family?
Yeah, she did.
Was she working in September 2024?
She was.
What was she do? What did she do for a living?
She worked as basically I would say a secretary for a company out in the shore. She did their billing and like purchasing and payroll and stuff like that. She was working on actually in September transferring over to a new job.
Do you know if she'd been to college?
I believe so, yes.
Did she have any kind of degree that you were aware of?
I believe she had an AA degree from CF.
And you said you'd been together for 2 years. Had you begun to discuss marriage at all?
We kind of joked about it, but it was obviously on the table. We were working towards that. You don't date someone for 2 years and not have that on the table, basically.
What were your living arrangements by September of 2024?
She was free to come and go as she pleased. She was still in her lease at an apartment complex, but we were actively speaking on, and it was going to be like in 3 or 4 months when her lease was up, she was going to be living with me full time.
Did she have a key to your house?
She did.
Let's talk about September 19th. What did you do that day?
We met up probably around 9 or 10 o'clock that morning.
How did you meet up?
She came over to my house. It was pretty standard. I was going into my long weekend of work, so pretty much any day we had off before that, we try to hang out. So it was a pretty typical day for us. We went out to lunch, hit a couple stores, and then was just hanging out around the house.
Where did you go to lunch?
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Was any alcohol consumed at lunch?
No.
Where did you go after lunch?
If I remember correctly, we went to Target and I think TJ Maxx, and then we came home.
And what did you do when you got home?
We just hung out, just watched TV.
All right. At some point that late afternoon or evening, did you decide to go out to dinner?
We did.
How did you choose the Mexican place?
We talked about a couple different options and we landed on Mexican food. It was extremely close to the house and we didn't really want to.
Had you been there before?
Yeah.
So you ordered food and margaritas?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the drinks.
Well, we normally get one margarita when we're there because it's a large margarita. But it was 2 for $1s that night when we walked in. So and they were taking a while. We were there over an hour. So we just started ordering the 2 for $1 margaritas and we landed on 3 by the time we were done.
How were they serving them?
And like little mug gauntlet things.
Okay. And 6 of them cost you $26.94. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that was less than $4.50 each.
Sounds about right.
Did they taste like they had any alcohol in them?
They taste a lot like sour mix, but
Okay. Now, the check that Detective Kern was able to obtain said your tab was opened at about 7:30 and then closed at 8:32 p.m. What did you do when you left the restaurant?
We drove straight home.
How far from the house is the restaurant?
5 minutes, easy.
Okay. And what did the two of you do when you got back home?
We changed. I don't really know what she was doing. She was doing her stuff, taking care of her cat. I fed my dog. That's when I came out to the living room and put on the football game and started doing the gun stuff.
Okay. Now, you changed out of whatever you had worn to the restaurant?
Correct.
Into the clothing that we've seen on the videos?
Correct.
Okay. And Polina had a blanket on and nothing else?
Correct.
Was that normal?
At this point in the relationship, yes.
Okay. So that was typical for her once she got home and got comfortable, was to disrobe and grab a blanket?
I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but it was very common.
Okay. Did you have any more alcohol when you got back home?
No.
Now, you called 911 at 10:52 p.m.
Yes.
I'd like you to walk us through that 2.5 hour period of time from the point you got back from dinner until that call was made.
So when I came in and sat down at the dining room table, I started cleaning my rifle because I had just shot it a couple weeks prior, or within a week. I was waiting for all of my gun cleaning stuff to come in to clean that said gun. It was already all on the table. I saw it. I sat down and I started cleaning it. She was off doing other stuff in the house. And then she eventually came over and sat down, started talking to me. We weren't necessarily talking about the gun stuff. We were just hanging out. We talked about what we were going to do next week, like went through a bunch of different stuff. And then she started to show interest in the gun cleaning. So I started showing her parts, handing it to her, stuff like that.
Now, was this exclusively the rifle that
Yes.
we're talking about at this point?
Yes, it was just the rifle.
Now, and we'll kind of come back to exactly what you did with the gun stuff.
Okay.
But did the two of you stay at that table the entire 2.5 hours?
No, we were up and down.
So you would get up from the table, walk to some other part of the house?
Yeah, I had to use the bathroom at some point. I remember. I knew she got up and went to the bathroom at some point.
Did she get up from the table?
Yeah.
Do you know what she was doing when she left?
No.
Okay. So this wasn't a continuous, let's take apart and put together. It's like,
No.
Dale, have you thought about what happened that night and the mistakes that you made
Plenty,
every day?
pretty much.
What should have been different?
We should have been sitting across from each other.
Why didn't you move her?
I thought we were being safe. It was our normal spots to sit.
At a gun range during firearms training, how are trainees and the officers that go do their annuals, how are they positioned?
In a straight line.
So nobody facing each other.
No, you're facing the target you're going to shoot at.
How many times have you gone through well, there's an initial firearms training, right? When you become a law enforcement officer. Yeah. Okay. And then you have regular training. Is that right?
Yeah, once a year.
This is State's Exhibit 24. According to the state, this is a record of your training, including your firearms training. So in 8 years, you accumulated quite a bit of paper. How many times do you think you'd been on a gun range while you were with the sheriff's office?
Maybe 12 times.
Had you ever been shaded by another shooter during those trainings?
Yes.
What does shaded mean?
Basically, flagged is another term for it. It means another officer on the range basically turns and points their gun at you.
So accidents happen.
They do.
Now, when you were talking with Detective Kern, you used the phrase dry fire exercise.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you were showing?
Yes.
Tell us what a dry fire exercise is and tell us that you have had to do one.
Yes, it's basically the first step to learning how to handle a firearm. It's the first thing you do in the police academy. It's really the only training and or teaching you can do inside of a house. It's basically just showing you how to hold the gun and pull the trigger.
Does it involve the sight picture on a handgun or a rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you show that to her and explain it to her
Yes.
with that rifle?
Yes.
Did you give her something to aim at?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
The picture on the wall.
Where was the picture?
A couple feet next to me.
Okay. Behind you and away from you?
Yeah.
You didn't ask her to point the rifle at you?
No.
You never pointed the rifle at her?
No.
And you weren't playing cops and robbers with guns?
No.
What did she think of the rifle?
She didn't really care for it. It was too heavy.
All right. So when she was done with the rifle, what happened?
I put it back together and I laid it on the end of the table. And that's when she picked up my handgun.
Where was the handgun?
It was just laying on the table.
Is that the gun that goes with your uniform or another gun?
It's my off-duty weapon that the sheriff's office gives us to carry.
Tell us what happened when she picked up the handgun.
Well, when I was laying down the rifle, I look up and she's holding the handgun. And obviously I knew that gun was loaded because it's the one I took to dinner. So I asked her to hand it to me, which she did, and I unloaded it and then I handed it back to her.
And how did you unload it?
Taking the magazine out, ejecting the one that's in the chamber.
And where did you put the magazine and the round you ejected?
I just set it on the table.
On your side?
Yeah. Well, I was on that side of the table at that point.
Okay. Now, when you handed her the rifle, did you hand her the weapon all loaded?
No.
Did she ever have the ammunition for the rifle?
No.
When you handed her the handgun, was there any ammunition with it?
No.
So that both of them were safe when you handed them to her?
Yes.
What did you do with, what did she do and what did you show her to do with the handgun?
Well, I demonstrated first how to hold the handgun. I pointed it at the wall, like to the right of her where the chalkboard was. Showed her how to hold it, showed her how to pull the trigger. Showed her how to work the action of the handgun. And then I handed it back to her.
Okay. Now, was all this going on because you wanted to teach her how to handle a handgun, or did she ask you to do this?
She was inquisitive. I had mentioned to her in the past that she needed to learn home defense, basically. I was like, I'd pay for a class, like I'd go with you. She made it sound like she had never touched a gun before. So I was like, there's always guns around my house because of my job. So I was like, you need to learn that type of stuff. She always kind of put it off. Didn't really show any interest until that night.
Now, you've already said other things were going on while this exercise was playing out. Was the television on?
Yeah, we were watching football.
Okay. So this was a Thursday night?
Yeah.
So it was the NFL game?
Yeah.
Okay. And from where you were seated, could you see the television?
Yeah.
Okay. But you had to turn to see it?
Yeah, I was kind of angled, the exact angle I'm sitting now.
How did the rifle end up back in your hands?
I remembered I didn't do a function test on it when I put it back together. I was allowing her to kind of do her thing with the handgun. I didn't want to overwhelm her. So I was just, and we were just sitting there talking and I was watching the football game.
Okay. And when you picked the rifle up, it had a magazine in it. Did it not?
Yes.
Because that's the way you had put it down.
Yeah.
Because when you put it down, did you intend to be done with it the first time? So how do you put up that weapon when it's clean and you're going to put it away?
I just put a magazine in it. I don't charge it. That's how we keep our rifles at the sheriff's office. We don't keep one in the chamber, and I typically just go store it.
And charge, what is that?
It means round in the chamber.
Okay. Does an AR style rifle have a different sort of way to load around?
Yes.
Explain it.
It has a charging handle where a handgun has a slide. Very similar, I guess, action you could say, but different at the same time.
So when you had put the rifle down on the table, there was no bullet in the chamber.
Correct.
And it had a full magazine.
Don't keep, the magazine can hold 30 rounds. I don't
So
keep
you
30.
five short.
Yeah, I don't keep it fully loaded.
And that's to preserve the spring in the magazine?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had 25 rounds in it?
Yes.
All right. And when you picked it back up, while she's doing the dry fire thing with the handgun, how did you hold it?
I picked it up while watching the TV, and I was holding it like this.
Stand up, make sure all the judges can see it. So you were kind of cradling.
Yeah.
So the magazine was down. Okay. And what was your intention? What were you going to do with it?
I was trying.
What is this function test you're talking about?
So when you disassemble a rifle and you put it back together, you have to do a function test to ensure that you put it back together correctly. If you didn't put it back together correctly, it's not going to fire the next time you need it to fire.
All right. And describe or explain the steps in this function test.
The bolt's forward, obviously. You have to pull the trigger and hold the trigger and then charge it. Release the trigger and pull the trigger again. And you're listening for the hammer to drop on the firearm to make sure you assembled it correctly. Because if you did not assemble it correctly, it's not going to make that click sound.
So you got it cradled in your arms.
Yeah.
Barrel off to your left.
Yeah.
You're sitting across the table. Yeah. And you're kind of watching TV.
Yeah.
And you said you're listening for a click. So did you either put your head down to the rifle or bring the rifle up to your head?
Both. It was because I was listening more so for a sound. You can't really see what you're looking for type of deal. It's internal.
So you have to listen.
Yeah.
When you pulled the trigger the first time, what happened?
What was supposed to happen? You heard a click.
And then when you charged it and pulled the trigger the second time?
That's when it went off.
I know you know now where the barrel is pointing. Were you looking at Polina when you were doing that?
No, I was looking at the TV.
What did you do after you realized she was hit?
Called 911.
Did you go to her?
I did.
Now, what position did she start in? I mean, she's hit. Did she fall back, fall forward?
She was just sitting in the chair.
And did you maintain that position until the officers arrived?
Yeah.
So you were kind of cradling her head?
I didn't know what else to do.
Okay. Were you panicked at that point?
Yeah, I was freaking out.
So they got you out of the house. They told you to leave the house. Is that right? Had you seen the body camera videos before this trial began?
No.
You remember doing the things that you saw yourself do on the video?
No, I don't know.
The screaming? rolling on the ground, all of that. Do you remember it?
Not
Any
really.
of that happened?
Not really.
Do you remember all the things you said to the police officers there in your yard?
No.
What was going through your head?
I was just trying to figure out what happened, how I allowed it to happen.
And technically, Polina is dead because you ended up pointing the barrel at her.
Yeah.
But you didn't aim it at her.
No.
Do you ever aim it at her? So when you told the officers we were pointing the guns at each other, what did that mean when it came out of your mouth?
I was coming to terms with what happened. We obviously pointing guns at each other. So this probably happened.
Did any of them ask you what that meant? To describe exactly what had happened?
No.
Then you got driven to the police station and they stuck you in an interview that I gathered from seeing the blanket was a little cold.
It was.
How cold?
I was shivering.
Do you remember how long you sat in that room?
No.
Was the sun up when you left that building?
Yeah.
You got there at midnight. Did you know that? You knew Sergeant River, right?
I did.
How did you know him?
Through passing through the jail. He used to work for the sheriff's office.
He knew your name?
Yeah.
He knew you preferred to be called Dale?
Yeah.
Instead of Leslie?
Yeah.
And the jury's seen your dialogue with Detective Kern. Did he ever ask you the detail that I have asked you? All right. I don't have any other questions.
State any cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Mr. Taddy, is this your pen? I want to clarify a couple things that you just told me. So just to make sure, throughout most of the entire night, that AR rifle was in your possession.
Correct.
And when that gun went off, that AR rifle was in your control.
Yes.
You didn't slip. You didn't slip and fall, correct?
No.
You didn't drop the gun. You didn't drop the gun.
No.
You didn't misplace the gun or anything like that.
No.
In fact, when the gun went off, it was in your hands.
It was.
And when the gun went off, you were the one who pulled the trigger.
I was.
And when the gun went off, you were the one who intended to pull the trigger at that point in time.
Yes.
And the only reason why those firearms were out at that point in time was because you decided you wanted to clean them that evening.
I did.
And now your AR, do you normally keep that in a gun safe at your house or do you keep that out?
I keep it in my bedroom.
Okay. But you were the one who decided to take it out and bring it into the living room or into the dining room.
It was already sitting on the dining room.
So you
table.
put it there earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided to take out those cleaning products from Amazon.
Yes,
And you decided to clean the gun.
I did.
And in fact, you told us originally Polina wasn't even anywhere near you when you cleaned that gun.
Correct.
But she later came over and she wanted to learn about the firearm.
She did.
And you decided to teach her about the firearm.
Yes.
And you decided to teach her about that firearm with loaded magazines and live ammunition sitting on that dining room table. You're very familiar with firearms, are you not?
Familiar.
In fact, one of your hobbies is you like to hunt.
Yes.
And you were a law enforcement officer, like you said, for 8 years.
Yes.
And you went under training every single year because you had to do an annual training, correct?
Yes.
And one of those things that every single year during that annual training they talk about is gun safety.
Yes.
And I know Mr. Taddy talked a little bit, like you said, when you're at the gun range, you guys are in a straight line.
Yes.
And in fact, there's a term called a hot range and a cold range. Is that correct?
Correct.
Hot range means that guns are being fired and nobody's allowed to go downrange. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a cold range means that people are going down to check targets or people are in that area to where there's a risk. So you have to put all guns down and nobody can have a gun in their hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there's general rules of safety that you guys learn every year. Like you always treat a firearm if it's loaded.
Correct.
And you never point it towards another person.
Correct.
And that you should not handle firearms, especially when drinking or intoxicated.
Yes.
And that you only point a firearm as something that you intend to kill or destroy.
Correct.
I also want to talk about these trainings. When you do these trainings, you're shooting at targets, correct?
Yes.
And when you're shooting at these targets, you aim your firearm, get a clear sight picture.
Yes.
Using your sights.
Yeah.
And then you
Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies.
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Once more time. Great tits. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
tits.
Great
tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
Hippie chick, lady die, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
that trigger.
Yes.
When you were sitting at that table with
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
J-Mac, just in case you didn't hear it, J-Mac.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Hello, J-Mac. How are you? Hope you're doing well. And I hope that she's in hospital today, so I hope your treatment goes well today, J-Mac. We'll be here shortly because the picture just showed up. That's true. That's true. He's not good at this. And seek, J-Mac, hide and seek, I know. I feel so welcomed, I know. I do try. I do try, everybody. I do try to hide. When I was doing the this song, I was thinking about J-Mac because J-Mac's got great
Correct
tits.
way of pronouncing this word is great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Once more time. Great tits. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
tits.
Great
tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
So J-Mac hides it well, but she's got great tits. So that's why I thought about that. I was thinking J-Mac. I was like, oh, she hides it well, but she's got great tits. So Yeah, Spacey Stacey, I haven't seen her today, but I think she was on the streets late last night, very late, I think. She did work alone yesterday. She was on her back all night last night, I bet. So I'm feeling the love. There you go. Well, Bex and Lady Di got the fuck off as well. So maybe she took a PTO day, maybe. Or maybe she's still out there, hasn't got home yet. Maybe she's still got her legs in the air. We don't know. Do you know what I mean? Spacey Stacey, check in when you can, my darling. We are here for you. Or maybe she was in one of those, what do you call it, those whorehouses that have been shut down. Maybe she's in one of them. She's not, because she's not a whore, but you know what I mean. Street YouTube whore. I love that said the other day is like, oh, Stacey walks the streets, and somebody in chat asked, what, do you really? And she's like, no, a YouTube streets. She had to clarify. That was funny. Hello, Twiddly Pip. She's at Waffle House. I've been up all night. She's a good goer. She's a goer, Spacey Stacey is. She could keep on going. Hippie Chicken Lady Di getting a bit old now. They're a bit old. But Spacey Stacey, she can flip those legs up, no issues whatsoever on those streets. Right, there you go. Anyway, I stopped because of Amy. I think Amy might have got. I missed it. So Amy, if you're here, hello Amy. Sorry that I missed you. Then fucking J-Mac came in. So right, let's get back to it. We're a little bit behind.
Paulina, there was a point.
KD was here, but I don't know. Okay, thank you, Lady Di. I will look at it now. KD was here, but J-Mac.
Time you activated that red dot site.
Yes.
In fact, you told Detective Kernan was to show her how that site worked.
Yes.
Show her how to get a site picture.
Yes.
Show her how to aim at a target.
Yes.
You heard the medical examiner's testimony yesterday that when that path of that bullet went directly in her forehead and directly out the back of her head.
Yeah.
Correct? So that means at the time that gun went off, it was aimed directly at her. No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect examination?
Just briefly. So Mr. O'Neill asked you if you intended to pull the trigger.
I did.
Did you intend to shoot Polina?
No.
Did you intend to discharge that weapon?
No.
You thought it was going to click. No further questions.
Any recross examination?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you all have questions? If so, please raise your hands. Okay, write them down on a clean sheet of paper, please. Do we have one more coming? If so, raise your hand if you're still writing.
Hello, Marsha. How are you, my darling? Just catching this one. Is he innocent or guilty? I don't know. Well, I think most people would say guilty, but we'll see. It's a manslaughter. He did kill her. It's just whether it was like, as he says, he did it accidentally, but Yeah, closings could be interesting now, I think. Closings will be interesting, I think. Let's take a look to see what the questions are here now.
Write it. Take the time you need to think out how you want me to pose the question. Yes, had he cleaned guns in front of Boileau? I'm going to ask him exactly as they're written. Had he cleaned guns in front of Polina before the night in question?
No.
Were you standing or sitting when gun went off?
I believe I was sitting.
He stated drinks were 2 for 1, so they had 6 drinks instead of 3.
No, I bought 6 drinks total, 3 each.
Why was her hand in front of her face at time of accident?
I have no idea.
At some point, defendant said, forgot it was loaded. Now he says he knew it was loaded. Why the change?
I don't believe I ever said it. I knew it was loaded. I remember hindsight that I put it together the normal way I would put it away, and I forgot I did that.
What do you mean I knew better and I shouldn't have let this happen?
I should have changed something to keep this from happening. Should have been sitting across from each other.
Defense, any follow-up?
No, sir.
State, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions from any of you all? If so, please raise your hands. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Whoa. Questions have to be written. Okay, use a clean sheet of paper with no other writing on it. Question. Are pointing guns at each other? Sir, the jury has posed an additional question. Are pointing guns at each other part of training?
No.
Any follow-up?
Yes.
State?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, please raise your hand. Please write that on a clean piece of paper.
Nanda. Ydy, wydaeth ti nawr, iawn?
Okay.
Mae ffwrdd i'r charge, ffwrdd i ti, iawn?
Okay, yeah.
Iawn, 2 minutes.
Put the white noise on, ladies and gentlemen.
Good boy.
Why did you decide to clean guns at the end of the day, especially since you had been drinking?
I thought we were being safe. I didn't really put much thought into it.
Any follow-up, defense?
Yes, sir.
State.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, raise your hands. All right, seeing no hands, sir, you can retake your seat. Mr. Tiny, you can state you intend to present any rebuttal evidence.
No, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, the state and the defense have both rested, which means that you've heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in this trial. At this point, we have to get the jury instructions together, the final instructions on the law that I'm going to give you. That may take a couple of minutes. There are some other things logistically that we have to handle. I will try to get you back in here by 9:45. It may take a little longer, maybe a little shorter, but take advantage of the break, have some coffee, water, stretch your legs, what have you. Your notepads must remain here in the courtroom face down. I want to remind you the case is not being submitted to you yet for deliberations. Okay, so you cannot talk about the case with one another in any way, shape, or form. Okay? Also, if you happen to get on your cell phones or other electronic devices during the break, do not use them to try to learn about the case or the person or places involved in the case. Best practice would be not even to get on your phones and check it unless you're expecting some type of emergency message or something of that nature. Okay, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we're able. Okay, all right, leave your notepads here. We'll see you soon.
So I think they just go through jury instructions now. So, hello, Marcia. My son is a Elio, he never would clean a gun with someone directly across from him, and never while drinking with just South Carolina rednecks that know better. I mean, if you own a gun, I suspect no one would, and especially you wouldn't pull the trigger in front of somebody, even as a joke. Like, I'd be too scared to. So it is all very sus. Right, we can now skippity doo dah, skippity day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. So we will begin first of all with jury instructions. But before we do, let's take 2 minutes just to reassess our lives, what we're doing in our life. Terry, hello, Terry. Yes, Terry, they did ask some questions, yes. So, hang on, I need to get this up here. Right. So, yeah, so the purpose today now is we will have jury instructions and then closings. The state yesterday said, they will not take more than about 45 to 60 minutes, and I'm not sure about the defense, so we'll see. Never heard jury ask questions before. We probably covered about 4 trials now. They've done that, ask questions. It's about 3 or 4 anyway that we've done. I believe so, but we'll figure it out now. Totally, I don't know. I think ultimately he may have pulled it twice, but actually only 1 bullet type of thing. So, but there was something about pulling the trigger. Terry was pretty interesting, and they asked good questions. So I would have to go back and properly look at it. It's been quite confusing because they didn't release the opening statements until after day 1. So it was very interesting to watch opening statements, though. I will be honest. I'm glad we did. We understood a little bit more why we're at where we're at the minute. So I do think that they will find him guilty now, though, based on their questions and stuff like that. So I thought he pulled the trigger and it clicked, and then he pulled it again, and something like that. Yes, something like that, Streamer. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. We had one in Tennessee where they got to ask questions. I forget what the names of the trials are. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Right. I got distracted there. I think somebody just sent me some tit pics, so I'm gonna take a look. Jokes. Right. Oh, there you go. So he dry fired once, then reset the trigger and fired the bullet. There you go. So that's what I mean. I wasn't sure how it was. So J-Mac and Bad Dazza got it. So no, he admits he pulled the trigger. He did pull the trigger. Yes, I jumped on it, and I loved it. J-Mac says J-Mac jumped on and she loved it. But how stupid to be pointing at his girlfriend. Well, this is the argument. If you pointed at a girlfriend, was it not deliberate then? But the state said that they do not believe it was deliberate, but it was, manslaughter. So, what can you do? J-Mac, great titties. Right. Let's listen to some of the jury instructions. Now, some people find the jury instructions boring, but they are probably the most important part because you get to understand the outline of what they will be discussing. So, right, listen closely. And if you don't want to listen closely, then fine. That's fine.
Fuck off.
The door is over that way. If you don't want to listen to it and be quiet,
fuck off.
But for the rest of you, you can stay in here. You're more than welcome to. We love you all. Not all of you, but you know who you are. People I love. So, right, let's get it on. Let's get it in. Let's go.
In your hand to you, the attorneys will make their arguments, then I'll conclude the final instructions and deliberations will begin. So what you're going to be bringing back into the jury room, the draft of the instructions that you're holding in your hands, those don't go back. Those are simply for you to read along with while I read them out loud, hopefully to aid in understanding and comprehension. You will get a copy of the final instructions ones that I actually read from, will go back with you to the jury deliberation room. I tell you that because if you end up wanting to take notes during your closing argument, do not take them on the copy of the instructions that you're holding in your hand, because we are going to take those up and destroy them. Okay, so any notes that you want to take during closing arguments or during the reading of the instructions, make sure you take them on your notepads. Okay, again, these are just being provided for your convenience to help you follow along as I read them. Let's go ahead and start. We're going to begin on page 1. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Leslie Dale Boileau, the defendant junior, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of manslaughter. Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. is accused of manslaughter, which is unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Polina Wright was killed by Leslie Dale Boileau Jr., you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was manslaughter or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. The use of deadly force to kill a human being is justifiable homicide, and therefore lawful, if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion, upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Polina Wright is dead. 2. Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. A. intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Polina Wright, or B. caused the death of Polina Wright by his culpable negligence. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict a manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. If you find that Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. committed manslaughter, you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find him guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. If you find that Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find him guilty only of manslaughter. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt. You must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence whether the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1. Whether, when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2. Whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have an equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing arguments. Members of the jury, after the state and defense have both made their arguments, we will pick up on page 6 of 10 and conclude with the final instructions. State?
Sharon, before I begin, if I can have access.
Yes, sir.
May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury.
That's the defense.
Is that the defense team? There we go.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Emmett.
Should be up.
There we go.
Perfect. Intentional acts with unintended results. Quite simply put, that's why we're here today. That's manslaughter. As I stand before you today, and as Mr. Buxton told you yesterday in opening statements, And as I even discussed with you Monday at jury selection, this isn't a case where we're alleging or we're going to prove to you that Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. intended to kill Polina Wright, thought about killing Polina Wright, or killed her out of hatred, ill will, spite, or bad intent. However, what we did tell you we were going to prove, and what we did prove throughout yesterday and today, is that the defendant intentionally committed actions that led to the death of Polina Wright. As the judge has been reading instructions, and as he said, he's going to read some other instructions, one of the things that he's going to go over with you in a few minutes is a jury verdict form, and it's going to look a lot like this. Quite simply, there's two options. Either you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, or you find him not guilty. And we're going to talk about why the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But when you check A, there's an additional question, which is, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant personally carried, used, displayed, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? And you have to check yes or no once you check it. So let's go through what exactly it is that I have to prove. And I know the judge just read it to you, but I kind of want to go through it a little bit more in detail. So to prove manslaughter, state has to prove the following two elements. Number one, Polina Wright is dead. Well, members of the jury, that part of your job for deliberations has already been done. You heard that there was a stipulated fact, the person who unfortunately lost their life on the night of September 19, 2024 was Polina Wright. You heard from the medical examiner that Polina Wright suffered a gunshot wound to the head, succumbed to those injuries, and unfortunately passed away. Element one is not in question. However, what you do have to determine is element two. That Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. either A, intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Polina Wright, or caused the death of Polina Wright by his culpable negligence. So what does that mean? Well, as the judge read to you, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it's not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. Let's talk about that for a minute. We've heard several statements from the defendant throughout his 911 call, body-worn camera, statements to Detective Kern, and even when he sat here today on the jury stand and talked to us. What was the one consistent thing he said the entire time? I was holding the gun, I pulled the trigger. He didn't slip, he didn't fall, he didn't drop the gun, he didn't accidentally pick up the gun in a way where he grabbed the trigger and made it off. What he's consistently said the entire time was, we were doing dry fire exercises. What's a dry fire exercise? That's when we fire the gun when it's unloaded. You pull the trigger, you hear it go click, and then you have to reset the trigger. What's resetting the trigger? You have to charge it. Pull that charging rod back, let the trigger reset, and pull the trigger again. What was one of the first questions I asked the members of the jury when I got up here on cross-examination? So when you had that gun in your hand and it went off, you intentionally pulled the trigger. Yes, an intentional act. That's where our job is done. I don't have to prove that he intended for that gun to go off. I don't have to prove that he intended for that bullet to hit Polina Wright and for it to kill her. It's extremely unfortunate what happened that night. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I'm not disagreeing that this was unavoidable and other decisions could have been made to where we weren't here today. But unfortunately, no matter how anybody feels about the situation or how that went down last night, does not change the circumstances of the law, the facts, and what the law requires for me to prove, and for you guys when you go back to deliberate, when you have to decide whether we proved it or not. Now, I know there was some other things that the defendant wanted to say on the stand to kind of explain how things happen. And members of the jury, I'm not one to say whether I believe or don't believe certain things. That's your job to determine a witness's credibility. But as the judge talked about, things that you get to talk about or consider when weighing a witness's credibility is whether it makes sense and whether it is consistent with the other evidence that we've seen and what we've heard. And I find it interesting today that when the defendant's on the stand, he's talking about how he's trying to manipulate this gun and he's cradling it, but he's sitting and cradling it and he's trying to cock it. You get to take that firearm into the jury room. You get to look at it. You saw Ms. Killinger yesterday standing in front of you displaying how that firearm works, how that firearm operates, what you have to do to charge that firearm. You have to pull that charging rod back and let it go. Cradling it, pulling it, it's not consistent with what happened. Holding it up to your head to hear if there's a click, but shooting Polina Wright dead center in the forehead, not consistent with what the evidence was showing. What is consistent is what he told law enforcement, what he told the 911 operator, what he told Detective Kern, and what he kind of a little bit told us tonight or today, dry fire exercises. We heard a little bit about that training. One of the first things we do as law enforcement is we do dry fire exercises. And one of those reasons why we do dry fire exercises is practicing how to acquire a sight picture, how to aim down a gun and get our target, how to see it. When we're at the gun range doing our trainings, we take those guns, we aim right at our target. Talked about the rules of gun safety. Never point a gun at something you don't intend to shoot or destroy. Never point a gun at another person. You always point the gun at your target. That's why the red dot sight was on that night. Dry fire exercises, training exercises, looking at your target. Members of the jury, there's signs outside this courthouse. You can't bring in guns, weapons. I'm hearing you can't even bring in metal cups. But you know what you're not prohibited from bringing in here? Is your common sense. This wasn't a situation where the defendant was pointing the gun at a wall next to Polina Wright and the bullet curves and hits her dead center in the head, goes out the exact center of the back of her head, into the wall directly behind her. Clear shot that we even see in that photo. He intentionally aimed that gun at her. He intentionally pulled that trigger. He just did not intend for the outcome to happen. That, members of the jury, is why that's manslaughter. But let's talk, because there's an or in there. We talked about intentional act a little bit, but there's that second one too. Culpable negligence. Culpable negligence, as I said, is every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others, and culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following the course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Let's talk about that. What did he tell us today? The one thing that I should have changed, the one thing I know I did wrong, we shouldn't have been sitting across from each other. Because when we're sitting across from each other and I point a gun and I intentionally pull the trigger, it might go through the person's head and into the wall in the kitchen. Because when you're sitting across from each other, there's a chance that somebody's in the line of fire. That's why I asked those questions on cross too about hot ranges and cold ranges, something that the defendant is obviously very familiar with. That when you're at a gun range, anytime anybody crosses the imaginary line that you're sitting and firing those guns, that range goes cold. Meaning that everyone has to put the guns down and lay them down. Doesn't matter whether it's the person next to you or 5 rows down stepping out in front of that line. Because there's always a concern or fear that somebody could get hit with a bullet. This wasn't a situation where he had Polina Wright slightly to his side but slightly in front of her. She was dead in front of her, doing training exercises, pointing guns at each other. And I understand. He said it today. He said it a couple times during Kern. Well, it was at their general direction. But members of the jury, that's not the case. How else do we know that besides just with the evidence of the trajectory. The other thing we talked about, and specifically what Dr. Lange talked about, that injury to Polina Wright's finger. I'll be the first person to tell you, I know Mr. Taddy will probably say the same thing. No, Dr. Lange cannot tell you in any way, shape, or form what Polina Wright was doing with her hand moments before she got shot. That's a question for you guys to determine and for you guys to figure out. However, based off the circumstances, the evidence and testimony been provided, I would submit that one way is that the defendant was pointing the gun at her, and a natural reaction by most people, don't point that at me. Hey, don't point at my face. Because we know where it was aiming. Hey, don't do that. The person being taught how to safely use, own, and operate firearms was the one that night who had the common sense to go, don't point it at my face. Not the person with the years of experience, the years of training, familiarity with firearms. Let's talk about that training. I entered in a packet yesterday of the defendant's training records. It's a pretty big packet, but I kind of want to highlight a couple pages of why it was important and why I wanted to introduce that. The first one is these are 2 pages. The first one on the left is his history from 2016 to 2020, or I'm sorry, 2017 to 2020. The one on the right is 2020 to 2024. And what you see is the number of hours that he completes for certain titles or courses in that time frame for certain topics. On the one on the left for firearms, it's 21 hours. On the one on the right from 2020 to 2024, it's 24 and a half hours. Indicating in that 8 years that he's with law enforcement, he had over 44 hours of training, courses, classes on how to use, operate, and the general functioning of firearms. And he even told you today, not in any of those classes, trainings, studies, do they suggest, do they tell you, do they have you point firearms at other people, point firearms at people with downrange, point guns even in general directions? Because that's not safe. And we talked about his training that he did every single year. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. And what you see at the top of all of those are rifle qualification courses. We actually kind of heard in a roundabout way a little bit about that yesterday with Detective Curran, when Mr. Taddy was asking him questions about rifles and how we heard him in the interview saying, I don't know much about Daniel defense guns. And Mr. Taddy asked him, is that true? And he said, I have very little familiarity with assault rifles. In fact, I'm not even issued an agency one. I don't do the training every year. But you know who did? Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. And what's one of the things that we see every single year about halfway through on those lists when it's passed? Safety. Meaning every single year when he has to go get requalified to use an assault rifle exactly like what he shot Polina Wright with, he has to go over how to safely handle and operate a firearm. He has to go over every single year what he told us today, which is you don't point guns at each other. You don't handle guns when you've been drinking or under the influence. You don't handle guns with distractions like loud TV with football in the background. You don't handle guns with somebody who doesn't know any experience. You don't point a gun at somebody if you're not intending to shoot them or destroy them. There's one thing the defendant said today on the stand when answering one of your questions that I think sums up very best what happened. I'm sorry I forget the question that was asked to him.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
He gave was, I didn't put much thought into it. That, members of the jury, is culpable negligence. handling arguably one of the most deadly things on this planet with somebody who has little to no knowledge about it, pointing it at them, dry firing it, having live ammunition and loaded magazines on that table, playing with fire, picking up that gun, pointing it at a person, pulling the trigger, racking the gun, pulling the trigger again. And I kind of want to stop and circle on that for a minute. Because again, members of the jury, it's up for your interpretation to decide. But pay close attention to what he's talked about with Detective Kern and even kind of with his testimony, but that inconsistency. Because the way I recall it is he talks about how he was cleaning the rifle first. Polina was off doing other things. He was cleaning the rifle. She wanted to see parts. He's showing her parts, puts it back together. They start dry firing that rifle. They're done with it. He was going to put it away. She grabs the gun. He grabs the rifle again, loads it. But then when Mr. Taddy today asked him, well, how did the gun go off? Well, I had just put it back together and I wanted to make sure it was operating and I wanted to hear that click. So was it that you cleaned the gun, had dry fired it multiple times, heard the click every time, pulled the charging rod back every single time, hearing the gun and feeling that trigger reset, pulling it, and then forgot you put a loaded magazine in it? Or is it what we just heard for the first time today, that that gun had never been dry fired until he actually discharged it and shot Polina Wright? You get to make that determination. The members of the jury, at the end of it all, you don't even have to just take my word for it that it's culpable negligence. We heard it from the defendant multiple times throughout the 911 call, throughout the body-worn camera. I'm going to have you listen one more time.
God damn it, no! I knew we should have been doing this! No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this! I knew this was a tip. I know it looks really fucking bad. I know better. I know fucking better. Why the fuck was I do? I swear to let this happen! Fucking let this happen! I know better! I fucking know better! Should not have been fucking doing this! Bicyclists on the ground. No! I know better! We should not have been doing that!
Which I know is fucking wrong. We should not have been doing that. She wasn't doing it properly because we were pointing the guns at each other. And I know better. That should not have been happening. Oh, it sounds bad, but after we go to dinner and have a few drinks, I get sloppy, I guess. I should not have been allowing that to happen.
That, members of the jury, is a negligent act or admission that was committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. That's doing conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known could have caused great bodily harm or death of Polina Wright, but did those actions anyways. That was one of the questions that you members of the jury asked the defendant on the stand. That's your answer. The defendant knew the potential outcome, the potential results, and he did it anyways. That, members of the jury, is culpable negligence. That, members of the jury, is why when you go back in that jury verdict room and you get that jury verdict form, you're going to find the defendant guilty. And you're going to find that during that act of manslaughter that he did actually possess a firearm. Because that's what the evidence supports, what justice demands, and what the law requires. Thank you.
Please, court.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready for me to switch it over to presentation.
So, on behalf of my client and myself, thank you. You paid attention. and you agreed to become a part of something that you don't come across every day of your life. Probably inconvenient. And I'm sure all of you would much rather be someplace else right now. And on top of that, we're going to ask you to make a really important decision. So thank you. I told you in my opening statement that everything that the police department and frankly prosecutors knew about what happened to Polina Wright came from what Dale said to them. But all they seemed to hear was we were pointing the guns at each other. A statement made minutes after the worst moment in his life, covered in his girlfriend's blood, while his head is swirling between grief, anger at himself, and disbelief for the situation he found himself in. A couple hours later, when Detective Kern went straight to that statement, Dale said, no, not pointing at each other, pointing in the general direction. And it's on the tape. Watch it. Okay? The pointing at each other thing should have died a quick death right there. Because he explained, no, that's not what we were doing. He has never, ever said we were pointing guns like this, aiming at each other. There is absolutely no evidence that that ever happened. But apparently, Detective Kern didn't hear the air come out of the balloon when Dale said, no, we weren't pointing them at each other. They were in the general direction. Because obviously they're sitting across the table from each other. That suddenly didn't matter. No, apparently the detective decided he knew all that he needed to know. Didn't matter what happened earlier that day. He told me that when I asked him if he knew what they had done all day. Didn't matter. But it would have mattered if Dale and Pauline had had some argument and he threatened her. But the detective didn't need to know that, apparently. It didn't matter what Dale and Paulina did for the 2.5 hours after they got home from the restaurant. He told me that too when I asked him. Do you know everything they did when they got home? I know enough. So obviously they weren't sitting there with those guns for 2.5 hours. That defies any logic. They were getting up, going to the bathroom, going to see the TV. There's a dog in the house, there's a cat in the house. But that didn't matter to Detective Kern. Didn't matter how much alcohol is in a $4.49 margarita. It didn't matter whether there was more alcohol in the house. Which is why he said he didn't ask the evidence technician to look for it. There wasn't, and you can see it in the pictures. Look at the picture of the dining room table. The only can on the table, the evidence technician identified as green tea. There's pictures of the kitchen. sink. There's no alcohol container anywhere out in the living area. That wasn't important. But he kind of tricked himself because his explanation for not telling the tech to look for alcohol was, well, I talked to him and I didn't see any indication of a problem. Boom. But why are we talking about alcohol today? Why? Detective Kern didn't think it was a problem. And that is absolutely symptomatic of how the detective approached this case. He reached conclusions based on little nuggets of information, selective nuggets of information, and then decided there was no need to actually test or verify those conclusions when it could have been done so easily. Show me what you did. That's not a technical or hard question. Pretty easy. And when a guy says we were pointing the guns at each other and then says no in the general direction, how do you figure that out? Easy. Show me what you did. Did he ever ask him? No. Not once. Not one time. Because he'd already made up his mind. And that's why, ultimately, he never really bothered to find out the circumstances surrounding Polina's death. He shot him with a gun, and he should have known better because he was a cop. Right? And he tried to backtrack from that, but he sure wrote it in his report. He didn't bother to ask. But now you know what happened. Because in this room, with his freedom at stake, every question is worth asking. Even yours. And I used to hate jury questions. Just scared the crap out of me. But I am thrilled that you folks got to ask questions. Because you did what Kern did. And he is totally incapable of telling you what happened to Polina. Because he doesn't know. So at the point they sat down, having rested their case, you didn't know. All you knew is she was shot in the head. And you knew, because of listening to his anguish, that he was responsible for that. You knew that. But that doesn't make him guilty of manslaughter. And we'll talk about this in a minute, but the problem is that manslaughter is not a function of the consequence of someone's behavior. You look at what they did, not the result of what they did. There's nowhere in that instruction that tells you somebody's guilty of manslaughter by culpable negligence. Culpable negligence comes along when you do something really bad. No, it doesn't say that. It focuses on the conduct. Is what he did more than making a mistake? And we'll put the consequence over here for you. Okay? Keep that kind of in the back of your head. And we're going to go through that instruction. Mr. O'Neill went through it one time. I'll focus on what I think you need to see. But all the law comes from the judge. And you're going to have it, so you can read it. Everything I said in opening statement that would be revealed by the evidence proved to be accurate. I didn't miss one thing. But only because I presented evidence and because I poked or prodded evidence out of their witnesses. The evidence bringers failed. Utterly failed. What happened to 25-year-old Polina Wright was a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened. It makes you angry. Makes me angry that a mistake took the life of a beautiful young woman. But you can't use anger. You gotta leave that one outside. And the judge is gonna tell you that. The next instruction he's gonna read to you says, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Okay? Is it wrong to be angry? Of course not.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Of course not. But that doesn't make it a crime because it makes you angry. And to illustrate that, let's take a step back. Think for just a minute. And for a moment, let's pretend there was no gun. Okay? Let's pretend that on the way home from the restaurant, Dale dropped his phone on the floorboard of the truck. And for a split second, he looked down and shifted his feet to see where the phone went and slightly turned the wheel. Truck ran off the road, hit a tree. Pauline is dead. Would you be any less angry about the tragedy of her death? No. But under those circumstances, what caused her death was something probably every one of us has done one time or another driving a car. Made a stupid decision. Does that make you guilty of a manslaughter under my little facts? No. That's the differentiation. Driving cars is dangerous, handling firearms is dangerous, and accidents can happen doing either one with devastating consequences. But the consequence is not what makes it a crime. And it is to the law that we must look to determine whether a crime was committed in this case. You've seen this. There are two elements. We know Pauline is dead. He knows it his every waking moment. So we got two ways to do it. Intentionally committed an act or acts that cause the death of Polina Wright, or cause the death of Polina Wright by his culpable negligence. So what was the intentional act? Pulling the trigger? He said he didn't intend the weapon to be pointed at Paulina. The only question Mr. O'Neill extracted from him was confirmed that you intended to pull the trigger. He said yes, he was doing a function test. He wasn't doing a dry fire exercise. Those are two different things. The function test goes with the AR style rifle because of the way it's put together. The dry fire exercise is a basic firearms training technique. It's safe. And what he did with Polina does not demonstrate someone who was completely mindless of being safe with firearms. He handed her the rifle, no ammunition here. All back by him. Handed her, she picks the handgun up and it's loaded. Cool. Let me stop what I'm doing. Got it out of the holster, cleared it out, put the stuff over by him. And you saw the picture of that. The magazine and the one live round that he pulled out of the chamber, right there by him, where she couldn't get it. So she wasn't going to hurt herself or anybody else with what he was showing her. Nothing reckless about that. So what now is the intentional act? Suddenly, a few minutes ago, it becomes intentionally pointing it at Polina. And he did not prove that. There's no evidence of that in this case. The best I can get is yes, he meant to pull the trigger to finish his function test. He didn't intend for it to go off. He didn't intend for it to have been steered in the direction of Polina because he had turned and was looking at the television. He didn't intend any of that. But yes, he pulled the trigger. But you don't get to manslaughter that way. And it's kind of evident how it morphed from you intentionally pulled the trigger, yes, because that was the honest answer, to now suddenly he's guilty of intentionally pointing the weapon. He never said that. Never said that. And there's no evidence. And, you know, Mr. O'Neill's fascinations about what Mr. Boileau really meant when he was making his statements and inviting you to kind of fill in gaps, like where was her hand? The expert, Dr. Lang, said she couldn't tell you what she was doing with her hand. No way. Okay? But now suddenly, don't point that gun at me. Folks, if that had happened, she'd be alive. Because he'd look up, oh, damn. Whole thing. You wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here. Dale would be driving his car on patrol. And who gets a gun, put it in their face, and goes like that? But it went into her finger, back of her finger, and out. She had a lot of hair. And Dr. Lang agreed. She could have been pushing the hair out of her face. Dale doesn't know what she was doing because he wasn't looking at her. And he certainly wasn't pointing the rifle at her. It ended up pointed at her. But it wasn't intentional. And he can't be convicted based on the evidence in this case, based on the argument that he intentionally pointed that rifle at her. There's no evidence of that. So let's bump down to culpable negligence then. Because I submit intentionally pulling the trigger, which is the only thing they prove, does not establish manslaughter in this case. And the instruction is going to tell you that. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence, period. It's not criminal. Without any conscious intention to harm. Has there been any evidence offered in this case to prove that Dale Boileau consciously intended to harm his girlfriend? And if there isn't any evidence of that, then stupid stays stupid. It's negligence. It's a mistake. And there are things we can do in this country when someone does something stupid that causes harm to other people. You sue them. But they can't be convicted of a crime or an accident. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act. There you go. Now the instruction is telling you, oh, so under the circumstances of this case, pulling the trigger doesn't get him to manslaughter. That's why it had to morph into pointing the rifle. And then the judge is going to tell you, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, that's that first one, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And I submit to you, pulling the trigger under the circumstances explained to you was negligent. Period. It wasn't a heinous crime that Mr. O'Neill wants it to be. It's a horrible, horrible accident. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And then he's going to give you a longer definition. I will now define culpable negligence for you. So now we've bumped down to the or B, right? We've finished with the act. They haven't proven that. Now let's talk about whether they've proven culpable negligence. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty, without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. It's the second time that he's going to read that to you. That must mean something. It's there twice. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care for others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Okay? Doesn't say anything about consequence. Let's focus on what he did. Is there any evidence in introducing her to these firearms that he was reckless or careless. No. Everything he handed to her, he made sense. And, oh, but he's got all this training. And you don't train with bull.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
This is quite hard to listen to. Quite hard to listen to. But we'll crack on.
Bullets on the table. And he should have known better. He said that. Okay? And he should have. But the training presents an interesting issue. That much training with firearm removes the fear. Okay? I've had some firearm training. They still scare the crap out of me. And you can make a mistake, being scared. But when you've had as much training as Dale has had, unfortunately, you get confident that you know what you're doing. And that's a normal consequence of being good at something. Like a chef with a knife. How many of you have you seen with their hands all carved up because they cut themselves every couple of days? And there isn't another person on the face of the earth more qualified to use a knife than your average chef. But accidents happen. Like, you shouldn't cut something with a box cutter while holding the thing like this and pulling the box cutter toward you. That's pretty stupid. I did that 3 days ago. Accidents happen. And you don't decide whether the accident is culpable negligence by looking at the consequence. Nowhere in this instruction do you see that. It doesn't become a crime because something awful happened. You have to look at what they did and what was going on. Without any conscious intention to harm. Second time. And then I read that to you. Grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Nothing about what you heard Dale Boileau did meets that definition. Because then they have to ignore how he handled the weapons when he gave them to her. Right? They want to jump now to this thing where he pointed it at her and pulled the trigger. And there's no evidence to support that. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Consciously. He said from jump, he didn't think the gun was loaded. He forgot. And because of the way he kept it, remember what he said, and he told Kern this too. When he puts his gun away, it's got an empty chamber and a loaded magazine. Right? So the function test, which is designed for the AR rifle, because of the complexity of the trigger mechanism, is you pull the trigger, hold it back. the hammer falls, it clicks, and you have to listen for it. They'll explain it. Make sure we got everything in position so the gun will work. And you're holding it back, and then you pull the charge handle out. And it's not spring loaded. It'll go out and it'll stay there. And then you release the trigger, which resets it. It's all the parts in line so that it'll go again. And you push the rod in. And if you're doing a proper function test, there's no bullets anywhere around you. Okay? So when you pull the trigger the second time, it's going to happen. But unfortunately, this one grabbed around because he forgot that he already had it ready to put away. All right. So there's no evidence of any utter disregard for the safety of others. And there's no evidence that he followed a course of conduct that he knew or should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Did he mess up? Absolutely. We can't judge this because of what happened. That's the hard part for you folks. Because it's so easy to become enraged at the whole idea that she's dead. You have to look at what happened. And the only reason you know anything about what happened is because he told you. Nothing in the other evidence introduced by the state tells you anything. And every bit of it corroborated what Dale said. In this country, we tell our citizens something important. If you have an accusation to make it in court, where a group of jurors can bring their experience and common sense to weigh the evidence and apply the law. But how do we protect people from mistakes and unfair accusations? The law has a way. It's called the burden of proof. It is our demand as citizens that any accusation be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And as the judge has already told you, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Okay? So they don't have to prove it beyond all doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, but one which wavers and vacillates, jumps back and forth, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That's why when you come to your decision today, you don't have to guess or speculate or consider mere possibility. I have not asked you to do that. I have given you evidence of what happened to Polina Wright in the absence of the evidence from the state. If the state cannot prove there are no reasons to doubt, nothing that would give a person reason to pause, that would make one hesitate before finding my client guilty, then the jury must keep its promise. live up to your oath and do what the law requires. In this case, as difficult as this is, as terrible as what happened is terrible, there is no evidence that my client is guilty of manslaughter. He made a mistake. He'd be the object of a whale of a lawsuit, but he's not guilty of a crime. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. State.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Mr. Taddy wanted to give a hypothetical of the situation. I'll give you another hypothetical. Let's say Leslie Dale Boileau and Polina Wright went to the restaurant. Set of 3 margaritas, Leslie had 10. Decided to get behind the wheel of a car, loses control of the car, crashes, Polina dies. It's DUI manslaughter. Some might call it an accident. Some might call it misfortune. He could be sued for that. Still a criminal act. The one thing I agree with Mr. Taddy, we're not focused on the outcome here. Nowhere in the jury instructions does it say that. In fact, I went over that. He's gone over that. What matters are the actions that led up to the death of Polina Wright. And where I disagree with Mr. Taddy is that intentional action of pulling the trigger is in fact enough to prove manslaughter. That intentional act of pulling a trigger of a loaded firearm pointed at somebody else is, bless you, an intentional act that is manslaughter. Bless you. I'm not saying that the only part of this that was a culpable negligent act was the part where the gun actually went off. No, members of the jury, the fact of the moment that he had Polina Wright sit across the table with him with live, real firearms with the capability of shooting a bullet, that was when it began. That was just the snowball waiting for disaster to strike. However, what my focus is on is what actually happened that caused the death. Culpably negligent is having firearms that you know have the ability to kill somebody and having somebody sit across from you and point them in their general direction. Mr. Taddy keeps saying there's no evidence, there's no proof that he was pointing out. Members of the jury, I don't think that anybody else could have walked a straighter line of the trajectory of that bullet, of how it left his gun, went through the front of her skull, went out the back of her skull, and you've heard the medical examiner. Wasn't left to right, wasn't up to down, it was dead straight through her head. And there's a reason why I put that photo in of that chair. You see where that chair was positioned, and right about head high, what do we see in the wall? A bullet hole. That's not randomly holding a gun in her general direction. That's not looking down a sight, pointing at your target.
Relating to that article.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand.
During training exercises like he initially said. But here we are a year later and it's, well, now I was just resetting the trigger and making sure it was doing a functioning test. That's the first time I've heard those words ever come out of Dale Boileau's mouth. You get to go back, you get to listen to the body-worn cameras, the 911 calls, the interviews as much as you want. You're actually going to have an opportunity to have a TV back there and play those things. And I tried my best to get a lot of timestamps down. There's a couple I don't, so I apologize that some of these you might have to search a little bit, but I can kind of give you the general area. Towards the very beginning of the 911 call, I didn't know it was loaded, and I shot her. Exhibit 6, Officer LeBay's body-wear camera. Right when they had gotten out of the house and gotten over at the truck. What did you see happen? We were pointing them at each other and mine went off. The interview that he had with Detective Kern at the 6-minute 24 mark. So you charged it talking about the gun. That was Detective Kern's question. The defendant's answer? Yeah. Kristen Killinger told you what the charge process looks like on fire. 6:35, Detective Kern. Or I'm sorry, not Detective Kern. 6:35, the defendant. I made sure her gun was unloaded. Obviously, I did not do that with mine. $20.55. When Detective Kern's in the middle of asking him about this resetting the trigger process, and he tells Detective Kern, yeah, I reset the trigger. Watch his motions. I reset the trigger. He starts to kind of do it and stops. He's not holding it down, acting like he's doing it. He's not. No, I reset the trigger. Exactly what we saw Chris Killinger do yesterday. 22:45, Detective Kern. When you were dry firing the rifle, were you standing up or were you sitting down? The defendant's response, we were sitting down. And there's some other times in there where Detective Kern's asking about that. Were you sitting down the whole time? Well, most of the time. We might have gotten up to hand stuff across the table, but other than that, we were sitting at the table. And honestly, members of the jury, most important, at the 24-minute, 50-second mark, Detective Kern. Dale, is there anything I haven't asked you about or we haven't talked about that you think is important for me to know about this? Nope. That pretty much covers it up in a nutshell. But now today, oh, no. It was this whole different situation. It was a misunderstanding. Doesn't make sense, members of the jury. Let's talk about what we heard him say today about that firearm and the process of how he was handling it right before it went off. So first he's sitting at a table that's probably about yay high, cradling the gun, trying to rack it, maneuver the gun, because he's trying to make sure the trigger's reset. You get to go back there. What movement do you have to reset it? He's not cradling the gun. He's not holding it. Oh, well, because when I was cradling it, it's down here, so that's why I didn't see the mag. But then what does he say a couple minutes later? That mag goes in here, and I can't do it with a lock. You'll see, it sticks out. What did he say that was important after he's allegedly cradling it? Oh, I held it up to my head to hear that click. Holding it up to your head, you don't see a magazine hanging down right here? You don't notice that? You're not trained when you're training to make sure guns aren't live, the guns are safe, the guns aren't going to shoot anybody. You don't notice the magazine sticking out 6 inches, 5 inches from your face? There's also disagreement between Mr. Taddy and I about the alcohol. I'm not saying it's the only factor. I'm not saying it's the main factor. What I'm saying is it plays a part. It absolutely matters that shortly before he decided to take that gun and start cleaning it, handling it with somebody who's untrained, he was trained. Mr. Taddy wants to talk about, well, we don't know how much alcohol was in the drinks. It might have not been that much. It was happy hour. They could have been watered down. The defendant said they just tasted like mix. I submit to you, members of the jury, that makes it even more negligent.
Josie, I'm moved to they aren't as lovely. fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Because what that then would suggest is that he had a clear mind, clear thought, and still did these actions anyways. His decision-making, his thought process wasn't then inhibited or inebriated by any way, shape, or form, because now he's apparently telling you, no, I was stone cold sober and could think clearly and straight. And yet, thinking clearly and straight, with all the training experience and with the knowledge I have, I still thought that it was a good idea to point guns at each other. The reason why the rules of gun safety are is that you never point a gun at another person or in their general direction is because that is inherently dangerous. Because that is likely to result in death. Because there's always that chance that the gun is not unloaded. Like Mr. Taddy said in regular definition of just negligence, it talks about how there's not an intention to kill. And the definition of culpable negligence, neither is there a mention that there has to be an intention to kill either. It elevates it from your basic duties of responsibilities towards care towards others by taking it to that next step of saying something that is just so gross. It almost just slaps you in the face of, wow, that is just absolutely something you do not do. That, members of the jury, is why we're here today.
Hi, Bill. Hope you're recovering, Bill. What people were asking if you were okay after your operation, Bill. Jizzy Jen's here somewhere. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Bill. I know you had an operation and I don't know what it is, but hope you're recovering well. There he is. Hey, hubby. Yeah, Josie, we got a few new additions. Where is it?
Fuck off.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Relating to that article.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Nosy.
Bitch.
Nosy.
Bitch.
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Once more time. Great tits. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
Great tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
The other thing I want to circle back, talk about, is Mr. Taddy keeps talking about this other method about holding the trigger, clicking, pulling back. To be honest with you, I still don't fully understand. You heard from Kristen Killinger yesterday. Mr. Taddy actually tried to ask her about it. Oh, isn't this another way to do that gun? What was her response? Why would anybody ever do that? Because that's not a common, normal way to do it. It's not a safe way to do it. That's not a normal, functioning way to clear and charge that gun. Which is something that any gun owner or somebody who's extremely familiar with these types of guns would also know. It doesn't make sense. And quite frankly, members of the jury, if it doesn't make sense, it's nonsense. What does make sense is when you take his initial statements, when he's the most excited, when he hasn't had time to actually think about the potential consequences, and is more focused on actually getting aid for Polina Wright, and says what actually happened of we were pointing guns at each other and mine went off. That we were doing dry fire exercises. Or what we heard him tell Detective or Sergeant Ceroli, we were fucking around with the guns. That's not somebody who's just gotten a little too confident or somebody who believes in their ability. That's somebody who got sloppy, as he said. That's somebody who knew the risk, didn't care, and did what he did anyways that evening. What happened that night was completely avoidable. And when something is that avoidable by all of those steps that the defendant decided to take and not stop at, is what makes it culpably negligent. And when it's culpably negligent, it's manslaughter. I want to end by saying on page 6 of those jury instructions that the judge gave you, you haven't gotten there yet, but he's going to read them here when I sit down in a minute. It goes through some rules of deliberation, and Mr. Taddy read one of those for you. In fact, he read number 3, that the case cannot be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or angry at anyone. But I also want to touch on number 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions. You very well might go back there and feel horrible for Dale about what happened that evening. Again, I'm not saying that he intended to kill her that night, but he intended to pull that trigger. You decide whether he intended to point that gun at her or not. Again, I surmise, based off the evidence and testimony, it's very clear that gun was aimed at her. Wasn't fiddling it around, wasn't messing with it. Even if you stop away for a second, you think he was just waving it around carelessly and happened to go off and just hit her perfect straight. That's still negligence, members of the jury. That's still a disregard for somebody's safety. You can't worry either, members of the jury. Number 5, your duty is to determine that the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It's the judge's job to determine the proper sentence. I know it's hard. I know he didn't intend it. The members of the jury, I would even implore on you that if there comes a point in time that you find yourself back in the jury room going, man, I wonder what's going to happen to him. It means your verdict's already been reached. You can't think about that. The law doesn't allow you to think about that. That's the judge's job. He's been sitting here this entire time. He's been listening to the facts. He's been listening to the evidence. That's not for you to decide. Your only job back there, members of the jury, is to determine whether myself and Mr. Buxman carry the burden that the state requires and prove this case beyond an exclusion to every single reasonable doubt. I'm confident, members of the jury, that when you go back there, that's why you're going to reach that verdict. The evidence supports, the law allows, quite frankly, most importantly, what justice demands. You find the defendant, Leslie Dale Boileau Jr., guilty of manslaughter. And when you do, you also find that during the manslaughter, Leslie Dale Boileau did in fact have in his care, custody, possession, or control, or did use a firearm. And again, as Mr. Taddy said, thank you so much for your time and attention in this matter.
Okay, let's just take a breather for a second. Lady Di wants me to play this video, so let's take 2 minutes just to chill the fuck out and let me play this for you. Lady Di, you better be in chat. If not, then tough shit. Here we go.
Oh, Addy, raw, Addy, raw, Addy, raw, Addy, raw, you can do it all. Addy, raw, you can do it all.
So I can do all of it.
You can do it all
3
with
hangouts.
a little bit of Adderall. You can
do it all with a little bit of Adderall.
There you go. That was from Heather Taylor to Lady Di. One weirdo to another weirdo. So, right. Now, I think the judge is going to finish off his instructions now. So, here we go. Thanks, Lady Di. I'll have to edit that out. So, if you haven't watched it, watch it now, because I will have to edit it out probably.
Members of the jury, we're going to pick up on page 6 of 10 at 3.10 rules
6
for
of 10.
deliberation.
Oh shit! What did I do? I pressed the wrong button. I do that sometimes.
Page 6 of 10 at 3.10 rules for deliberation. I'll give you all a minute to find your place. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree.
Hi, Dave.
Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. Now, you're going to have in your packet of instructions that I'm going to give you, you're going to have this copy of the verdict form. At the bottom, it's going to have page 8 of 10. That's not the one that I want you to fill out. This is simply going back. This is part of the packet that we photocopied for you. I have a separate verdict form for you. It's identical to what is in your packet, except on the bottom it says verdict instead of having State of Florida versus Leslie Dale Boileau, the case number in the page 8 of 10. Fill out the moment word verdict at the bottom. Okay. The verdict form reads as follows. In the Circuit Court of the Fifth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in Fort Marion County, State of Florida versus Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. defendant, case number 2024 CF 4124. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only one. A. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. If you check A, you must answer the following question. Check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes or no. B, the defendant is not guilty. So again, you will check either A or B. If you check A, you then have to answer the following question, yes or no. Your agreement on that question also must be unanimous. Okay. So say we all dated this blank day of October 2025 with a signature line for the foreperson. Today is October 1st, 2025. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom or perhaps back in the jury room. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room while you are deliberating. If you have them here in the courtroom with you, kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you have them back in the jury room, Deputy Boucher will come back with a box and he will collect all of your cell phones and electronic devices. That includes a Apple Watch or smartwatch if you have one of those. And he'll guard those while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever you think will help you in your deliberations. With the exception of ammunition, all of the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to examine the ammunition, please request that in writing by sending me a note through the bailiff. I will then have the bailiff collect the firearms from you, and the ammunition will be sent back for your examination. When you have concluded your examination of the ammunition, please notify me by sending another note through the bailiff. The bailiff will then collect the ammunition and return the firearms to you. If you wish to examine any firearm with the cable lock removed, please notify me by sending a note through the bailiff. I will then have the bailiff remove the cable lock from any firearm you wish to examine. When you have concluded your examination, please notify me of this by sending another note through the bailiff. The bailiff will then place the cable lock back upon any firearm from which it was removed. All exhibits consisting of audio or video recordings have been placed onto a laptop computer that will be sent into the jury room when you are deliberating. The laptop is not connected to the internet or any computer network and has been set up for the sole purpose of playing the recordings that were admitted into evidence. For your convenience, each recording has been placed on the desktop screen of the laptop, entitled in accordance with the name of the party who admitted the exhibit and the exhibit number. To listen to or view a recording, double-click the file on the desktop and it will open in a media player. The laptop is connected to a television that is set up to mirror what is displayed on the laptop. This will allow you to listen to and view these recordings during your deliberations. If you have any difficulty accessing these recordings on the laptop, please notify me by sending a note through the bailiff. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law as spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules you all share. Now, first thing we're going to do at this point, everybody take your copy of the read-along instructions and pass them down to the left. Deputy Boucher will collect them. Second, as you know, I told you on Monday that we overselect a number of jurors that we need in the event that jurors become ill or unable to serve for any reason. And in this case, we selected 3 alternate.
Josie knows it. She knows what's going to happen. Right. They're on deliberations now. We are just behind. They went to deliberations about 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. So, right. There we are. Hey, Keith. Right, I'm going to switch it to law and crime because they don't have the nonsense on. Dave, you've not watched the trial, Dave, so maybe somebody thinks differently. You have not watched the whole trial, David, so maybe somebody thinks different, which is totally fine. Having a different opinion is not a bad thing. Law and crime trials. Oh, verdict clock. Fuck, they've been in verdict for 43 minutes. Shit. That's how far behind we were. 43 minutes. I thought it was like 10 minutes. Oopsies. No Twitter lawyers. No, get out. Oopsies. So we've been out for a long time. Not a good time, a long time. Right, hang on then. Okay. Right, let's have a look at the poll to see where we're at with the poll. Right. Poll is guilty 91%, not guilty 9%. Dave says, I watched what was relevant. Shut up, Dave. You didn't watch, did you watch opening statements? Did you watch the testimony today? Did you watch all the closing statements? Dave is your typical guilty unless proven otherwise. Right, let me copy paste this onto another one because then we'll just watch some other bits and bobs. I need to open another tab. We need to open another tab. Oops, wrong one. You tell him that he died. See? Hang on. This is where clever clogs, Dave Umberger, they would know what his name was. David? That's where you were wrong. We played them today. We played them. So Dave just outed himself today. He does not watch all the testimony. The opening statements can be heard at the start of the stream. Dave, disappointed. Which that means you didn't even watch the guy's testimony. And probably not anything else. Plus, I watched the 2 trials. It was, you cry me a river, David. Cry me a river. Hang on, David.
Fuck off.
Dave. Right. We have got done. How about the Red Sox game? I didn't watch it, but yeah, good win. Absolutely good win. Same Dave opening to close statements and not evidence. You're right. However, it gives you foundation, and also that means he did not watch the witness testimony, the defendant. It was probably the Tennessee one. There was a Tennessee one. Right, let's watch. Let me go and get it for you. Let's watch this. This will resonate with some of you. So, Yankees suck. I agree, Dave. Blue collar Dave, that is. Not normal Dave. Right, let's watch this then. This is a right, I have to watch it from the start. Well, there you go, J-Mac. But Dave didn't watch that even. Dave is a lazy bugger. Right. This is about a teacher, Madison Bergman, a former 5th grade teacher who pleaded guilty to multiple sexual misconduct charges that involved children. Bergman was accused of sending more than 30,000 text messages to an 11-year-old student. And this is some of the biggest moments from her plea hearing. Hang on, maybe I can get that actually. Bear with me whilst I try and see if I can get this up. Oh, shit. Right, so I got it. Right. So, reminder, this is a 5th grade teacher in Wisconsin, and she pled guilty to child enticement and sexual misconduct on Monday, yesterday. She's arrested earlier this year after reports of an inappropriate relationship with one of her students. Bergman was 25 at the time of the relationship, and the child was reportedly 11 years old. She was in tears as she pleaded guilty and will be sentenced in December. So this is a plea hearing. So let me get this up. So this was yesterday. I think it's important that these trash bags are covered. Yeah, 11 years old, disgusting. So I hope she gets fucking prison for life. You know, you go to school thinking your children are going to be safe, but oh no, predators are everywhere. Let me open the other one up. So I need just to have that open. I'll unmute that just in case we get back. Right, okay. Here we go.
The court will call 24 CF 232, State versus Madison Lynn Bergman. Let's get appearances.
Alicia Otten appears on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joe Tamburino appears on behalf of Ms. Bergman, who's present.
All right. So we're here today for a plea hearing. Is that still the plan?
That is, Your Honor.
All right. Do we have a plea questionnaire?
We do, Your Honor. I've also shown this to counsel, and she does not have any objections to it.
All right. Could I have it?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a signed version?
We're going to sign that right now, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Otten, what's the proposed resolution of the case?
Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Bergman is going to enter pleas of guilty to count 3, child enticement. There is a lifetime supervision of serious sex offenders. Enhance her on that at this time. She's also admitting to that. Count 6, sexual misconduct by school staff, and count 8, sexual misconduct by school staff. Based on those pleas, the state is moving to dismiss but read in all of the other counts for purposes of sentencing. We are jointly recommending a PSI be done, and the state is to cap their in-custody recommendation at 12 years at the time of sentencing. The state is moving for remand today. I know the defense is arguing otherwise, but we will make more arguments about that later.
All right, Mr. Tamburino, did that sound correct?
That's all correct, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Bergman, do you understand what's proposed?
I do.
Would you stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn by the clerk?
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes.
Okay, have a seat. Thank you. Bring that microphone up close to you so that way I can hear you and everyone else can, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. So first of all, with regard to counts 3, 6, and 8 in the amended information, which are child enticement with lifetime supervision of serious sex offenders, sexual misconduct by school or staff or volunteer, and sexual misconduct by school staff or volunteer. They are Class D and Class I felonies, the latter two. What is your plea today?
Guilty.
All right. In order for the court to consider whether to accept your guilty plea, I need to ask you some questions. So first of all, did you complete this plea questionnaire and waiver of rights with your lawyer?
I did.
And is this your signature and your lawyer's signature on the second page?
It is.
Now, did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Tamburino about the plea questionnaire?
Yes,
Did you get all your questions answered?
I did.
And do you believe that you understand everything on this two-page form?
I do.
Okay. Well, we'll go through it together just to verify that, okay?
Okay.
All right. So first of all, you're 25 years old, is that right?
Yes.
And you've had, this says 4 years of schooling, but I suspect it's more than that.
4 years of college education.
Higher education.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to change this to 16 years, because that's what the intent of the form is. Is that agreeable?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So you do have a high school diploma, correct?
Yes.
Are you currently receiving any treatment for mental illness or disorder?
No.
Have you had any alcohol?
Well, that's a problem because you fucking must be sick in the head to like, how, like, is it an 11-year-old? Like, you have to be so sick in the head. First of all, to be attracted to an 11-year-old, let alone sending an 11-year-old messages and taking pictures, and wow, it makes my blood boil to see these kind of motherfuckers. Do you mean, yeah, they're not even developed, no puberty, nothing. She should, like, yes, she needs help. I will 100%, absolutely. She's so sick in the head. Yeah, fuck.
Alcohol, medication, or drugs in the last 24 hours?
Yes.
And what have you had?
I've had my prescribed medication.
Okay, and are you taking it according to the prescription?
Yes.
Is there anything about that medication that you know of that would affect your ability to understand what we're doing here in court today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you're giving up certain very important constitutional rights here today in connection with these three charges. And I know you know that because you've talked to Mr. Tamburino about this. But I'm going to go through them with you one more time here.
So her tears are nothing to do with what she's done. Her tears, let's get it straight. Her tears are nothing to do with this case or this young 11-year-old boy. Her tears are all about her. You know, it's all about her and what she's now going to be facing, possibly up to 12 years in prison. So there's no tears for her, for the victim here. The whole tears are for her, which makes me even more sick. She's going to spend up to 12 years in prison. I genuinely think that is, to be quite honest with you, there's not many cases that I would even say that she deserves more time in prison than someone that's murdered somebody. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not dismissing people who've murdered. I mean, I hold them in the same regard. Anything to do with children, I think it should be treated like murder. So, narcissistic habits. Hello, Polly. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. 25, Dave. 25. I think she may have been 23, 24 at the time. And the young lad was 11. Yikes. just remember as well what she did here. She's a 5th grade teacher, pleaded guilty to multiple sexual misconduct charges that involve children. So it's not just one child, it's children. She's accused of sending more than 30,000 text messages to one 11-year-old student. 30,000 text messages to one 11-year-old. But there are multiple ones. There's even more than that. Wow. She's 25 now, yes. Florida just passed a new law like that. Have they? They should. I generally would say that I think anything like this, any abuse of children, should be treated just like murder. I think you're looking at the same kind of length in prison. I think that's the only possible deterrent, possibly. Even then, I don't think it would deter a lot of people. You know, with incarceration of child predators, I believe it's simply a case of protecting the community. They should be. I just think they should be longer than, you know. I agree, Dana. 25, pretty mature, must have mental. I think, you know, I think you're mature enough to know about what you're doing to a 11-year-old, you know. So I can't recall exactly what it is, but it has to do with child predators. Okay, thank you, but it should be something. How did the parents not see that? Cell phone bill says how we text. I imagine she gave the child a burner phone. I don't think an 11-year-old had a phone, proper phone. I think it was I would imagine it was a burner phone that she gave to the child. You know, she's pretty would have no problem having a relationship with a normal human being. She probably was in a relationship. Most of them are. Like, most of them are married and still do it. You definitely have mental issues to be doing any of that with a child. I agree 100% with that. I know. I just, like, I understand, and I might be harsh here, I understand that there's mental issues and stuff, but there has to be a line as well. I don't care how immature or how, you know, fucked up in your head you are. You're molesting a child or you're doing something with children, you're completely fucked up. You know, and people, he was a mental health card. I got no, sorry. I mean, maybe I'm not being sympathetic enough, but when it comes to children, I think, yeah, I don't get that. I don't think I ever will understand that. I know some people will say, well, it's a condition, it's a sickness, it's a real thing, and I get it to a certain extent. But when it comes to children, I think, what? I don't get that. Like, I am someone that suffers from mental health. You know what I mean, with OCD and stuff like that. So, but yeah. In America, 11-year-olds have phones nowadays. He probably had 2 phones, Dave. He probably had a phone for his parents, but what I'm saying is she probably gave him a phone as well. Has to be consequences, period. Absolutely. You know, and if you do get testings and they say, oh yeah, they have whatever mental health, fine, get treatment, but then there has to be like, we can't pussyfoot around with children and give them like, you know, probation or they, you know, they didn't do anything. Yeah, this time give them the harshest penalty they can get. So let's stop it, you know, let's deter them as much as possible. You know, I understand with murder, people still don't get deterred, people still murder, but, you know, this is children. We need to protect all children. And I know it's impossible to protect all children, unfortunately, because you're going to get creatures like this out there that take advantage of young people that are not developed, don't know any different. You know, imagine this, right? She's a teacher in a level of responsibility, and a child would look up to her and go, you know, I trust you. So if you tell me to do something, I trust you. That's the right thing to do. That child or children now, their trust is broken on not just with her, but other teachers, probably her parents, their parents, because they might look at it, well, my parents never protected me. this fucks up a child's head. So it's just not nice. I think we can look at it. Well, this is again, I'm on soapbox now, so it's preaching, but we can look at it on one side going, yeah, we can punish them, but what about the child? That child is going to be scarred for life. I never want to forget that child, because it's going to take years, probably for the rest of their lives, they're going to have therapy or of some sorts. They're never going to be the same again. You've literally destroyed an innocent child's life. So, and that's not something they should play with. I think that I can speak on myself. I'm lucky, obviously, that I never had that, but there might be other people here that did suffer from that. And I do know people that have suffered at a young age, and they're never the same. Never. I agree. How did she get caught? Probably the phone of some sort. I don't actually know. Jersey Jen. Has there been anything new with the manslaughter case? No, nothing new. That I'm aware of anyway. That trust life has been destroyed. That's what I was saying. Yes, absolutely. 20,000 texts. Well, I imagine it was done slyly. Do you know what I mean? I'll say the child or children had burner phones, I imagine. So, right, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox for a second and we'll watch a bit more.
Here in court, just to verify your understanding, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, first of all, you're giving up your right to have a trial on these 3 charges. You're giving up your right to remain silent and the understanding that your silence couldn't be used against you at that trial. You're giving up your right to come up here and testify and present evidence at trial. You're giving up your right to use subpoenas to bring witnesses to come to court to testify for you at trial. You're giving up the right to confront the witnesses that Ms. Otten might bring to testify against you and to have your attorney cross-examine those witnesses. You're giving up the right to have a jury trial where all 12 jurors would have to unanimously agree that you're either guilty or not guilty of each charge, and they'd have to make that decision separately for each charge. Ultimately, you're giving up the right to make the state prove that you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of all 3 charges. So, do you understand all of the constitutional rights that you're giving up here today by offering these 3 guilty pleas?
I do.
The next thing we need to talk about are the elements of these particular crimes. And we'll start with child enticement, which is count 3.
Okay.
Now here's why we're doing this, amongst other reasons. One of the reasons, though, is
Okay, hang on. No worries. That's fine, Lady Di. The court's back. I think there might be jury question. So, hang on. Let me just get back to that one. Hang on, people. I will get there. I'll now zoom it. So, I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I will take a look now, Lady Di. Hang on.
My grandfather wants to ask.
Here we go.
Magnifying glass in the jury room after they requested it. So with that being said, I have a measuring device that unfolds. It's belonged to my grandfather once upon a time, and it's probably older than everything in this room, but I'm happy to let the jury use it if there's no objection to the state of defense.
No objection from the state.
No objection.
Folds out to 6 feet. So, very good. All right, we'll go ahead and bring the jury back in. Counsel, you all can be seated. Members of the jury, we received your question and your request, so I'm going to go ahead and I talked to the lawyers about it. And, I'm prepared to answer both the question and the request. You wrote a question, height of both Paula and Dale. The testimony in the case from Dr. Lang was that Ms. Wright was 5'6" tall. Mr. Boileau testified that he was 5'6" tall. Now, you also said, can we have a tape measure? So I have this device here. It unfolds one at a time up to 6 feet. You can have this. It's old. It belonged to my grandfather. It's a keepsake I have in my family. We hand down tools from generation to generation. So please don't break it. But go easy on it. But you have this to use as you see fit. And you retire and continue your deliberations.
To be quite honest with you, I missed the question. Let me go back a second because I totally missed it. I was doing something for Lady Di as always.
Paula and Dale. The testimony in the case from Dr. Lang was that Ms. Wright was 5'6" tall.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Boileau testified that he was 5'6" tall. Now, you also said, can we have a tape measure? So I have this device here.
Okay, I get it.
It unfolds one at a time.
Right. Okay, we'll get back to the other one now. Hang on. Before I get back to the other one, Lady Di, I got so many fucking bosses here telling me what to do. Lady Di's got to be doing something for her now. So, hang on. Lady Di said, if I don't play it, I'm in trouble. So, where's it gone now then? Here we go. Right, hang on. Let me get it open. Right, so this is courtesy Lady Di. It's only a minute, and then we'll go to the other one. Back to the other one. Fucking what a nightmare that Lady Di is. Here we go.
There's things in life you just can't believe. So you order up a prostitute, right?
Okay.
This prostitute lives with his mother, by the way.
Okay, I did not think that I was going this way. So hang on, let's get it together. Hippie chick, Lady Di, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. I had to do that because we talk about prostitution. And before we play it, Dave Umberger became a member. What? Dave Umberger, for the first time ever, I believe, has now become a member. Thank you, David. Is this your first time ever? Thank you, Dave. Or maybe it's your second time, I'm not sure. But thank you, Dave. Appreciate you for becoming a member.
There's things in life you just can't believe. So you order up a prostitute, right?
Yeah.
This prostitute lives with his mother, by the way. He's got a massive criminal history, a 21-year criminal history with 31 criminal charges. So you order up a prostitute, and that's what you think you're getting. Now, when you look at that, you go, wow, that's pretty rough, but, you know, any port in a storm. And then the next morning when you wake up, you find out this is who it really is.
Oh.
Yeah. We call that coyote ugly. You see, he's laying on your arm in bed. You go, well, it was rough last night, but I've sobered up. I think I'll just chew my arm off and ease away so I don't disturb him or wake him up. All right, so you think you're buying this, you're getting this. He's got 31 criminal charges, and heck, if you're lucky, he doesn't kill you overnight.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Shit. Like, we've all been there. Do you know what I mean? You wake up, you're like, oh, fuck no. Don't tell me I did that. Shit. But you've never woken up to a guy with a dick. Do you know what I mean? Well, you have. You all have, obviously, but not me. But yeah, wow. 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 That was, thank you, Lady Di. You get a pass for that one. That was actually very good. Yeah, wow. That is, yeah, wow. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there, Dan. I gotta say, she's never ended up with a dick. But we've all been there. Ladies, you've been there as well. Obviously, different scenarios. But they never turn out to be. This is why makeup's a devil. Do you know what I mean? Makeup is, and drink is the devil, you know? Shit. Wow. Wow. Okay. That I didn't think we were going down that route today. Whew. Okay. Right. I don't even know we can get back to the other one now. After that, I should have waited until after the other one to play that one, because now it's going to be hard to go back to the other one. Yeah, that sheriff is very good. He is very good. Oh, jeepers. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I can't see that now. I can't see that now. Wow. Okay. Whew. I don't know what to say about that. Anyway, right. Thank you again to Dave. Dave is now a member. Thank you, Dave. I just got to go back to you for a second because I can't go straight back into the one. What I meant was, Dave, this is the first time you've had to pay for one, I think. Or did you pay for the last one? Because you normally get gifted ones. Normally, I thought. But thank you, Dave. Oh. I know Grady Judge. Grady Judge is fantastic. I do like his some of his clips. I do. But I want to play the other one first. I should have played the other one before we went into that with the teacher one. But too late. Right. Let's get back to this one then. Dave finally figured out how to do it on his phone. There you go. Hey, tell J Mac how to do it. J Mac needs to get a membership, so tell her how you did it, Dave. Explain to her. You're the expert now.
You're offering a guilty plea on all three of these charges. And you're giving up the right to have a trial and make the state prove up each of these elements. So I want you to know what it is exactly they would have to prove if we did go to trial, since you're giving up that opportunity, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, with regard to child enticement, the state would have to prove that you attempted to cause a person to go into a secluded place, that the person was under the age of 18 years, you attempted to cause the person to go into the secluded place with intent to have sexual contact with a child in violation of Wisconsin Statute 94802. In addition, because the allegation is this is an attempt rather than a completed act, the state would also have to establish that that you intended to cause the person to go into the secluded place for the purposes of committing one of the listed crimes, and I've stated the one that was alleged by the state. The defendant did acts that demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that she had formed that intent, and that the defendant did the acts that demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he or she would commit the crime, except for, in this case, there's the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. So those are all the elements of this particular crime. And there's one more, and that would be that it has to have occurred in St. Croix County. So, counsel, have we got that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. So, do you understand all of the elements of the child enticement crime that I've just described?
Yes.
Now, the next two charges are identical in terms of the charge, but they allege, as I understand it, differing dates.
Different dates, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's go through, I'm going to go through the elements in general, and then we'll just specify the dates so you're clear on that. So first of all, this is sexual misconduct against a pupil by a school staff member under 948.098. The first thing that the state would have to prove in connection with these two charges is that on the specified date, you were a school staff member at, in this case, Rivercrest Elementary School. On the specified date, the victim was enrolled at Rivercrest Elementary School as a pupil. And a third, you committed an act of sexual misconduct against the victim. Now, sexual misconduct under the statute means verbal conduct of a sexual nature or physical contact of a sexual nature. The allegation here is verbal.
Correct, Your Honor.
Correct? Correct. Verbal conduct of a sexual nature means communications made intentionally for the purpose of, and in this case, I'm assuming to facilitate the crime under 948.02. It wasn't specified.
Correct, Your Honor, for sexual, the intent for sexual contact.
Okay. Now, the last thing I want to mention here is the stated purpose that's referenced under the statute, for which the intentional conduct needs to be established, is for the sexual arousal or sexual gratification of the victim or yourself. Those are the two that seemed applicable to me. Is that right, counsel?
That's correct.
Correct.
And intentionally means that you acted with a mental purpose to achieve those results. So, in addition to all of that, it would have to be established this happened in St. Croix County as well. So, counsel, can we confirm? I know it's a relatively new statute, and I just want to confirm that we've got the elements correct to your satisfaction.
Agreed.
So, do you understand the elements of that particular crime, sexual misconduct against a pupil by a school staff member, Ms. Bergman?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at the amended information, just so we're clear. And I could go back and just specify that with regard to child enticement, the amended information alleges the dates of the charge are, or the occurrence are, February 7, 2024 and April 29, 2024. So that's part of the record as well. Now, with regard to the sexual misconduct, the two counts. The first count, that's count 6, for which you're offering your plea, allegedly occurred on April 10 and 11 of 2024. Count 8, according to the allegation and the information, alleges that occurred on April 19 of 2024. Do you understand the dates that I've specified here for the 3 charges?
Yes.
The next thing we need to talk about are the penalties for these 3 charges. Now, count 3, child enticement, and I think counsel has already pointed out that that includes lifetime supervision as a serious sex offense as well. But the penalty under Class D felonies is imprisonment of up to 25 years and up to $100,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the other 2 charges, those are Class I felonies for which the maximum imprisonment is 3 years and 6 months and a $10,000 fine. You understand the penalties that would apply to each of those other 2 charges?
Yes.
Now, this is one of the most important moments, I think, in our plea colloquy, and that is, I want you to understand that regardless of what's recommended here by the attorneys, whether it be now or at a sentencing hearing later, I could still sentence you up to the maximum penalties that I've just described for those 3 crimes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the other charges are proposed to be dismissed and read in for purposes of sentencing. There's a total of 10 charges in the amended information, so you're offering a plea to 3 with 7 to be dismissed and read in. It's important that you understand what that means. You heard me just describe what the maximum penalties are for the 3 charges for which you've offered a plea of guilty. I can't sentence you to any greater penalty based upon the dismissed and read in charges. All right?
Yeah.
But I can consider the circumstances surrounding those other charges as I determine what the appropriate sentence is for those 3 that you've offered your guilty plea on, within the limits of the maximum sentences that I just described. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a citizen of the United States, you may be deported, excluded from admission to the country, or denied naturalization under federal law
Yes.
based upon these 3 convictions?
Yes.
Because they're felony level offenses, there are some collateral consequences that may occur upon your conviction. They include, if you're on probation or extended supervision in another case, that status could be revoked. You may not vote in any election or hold any public office until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. And in addition, I need to give you a warning with regard to the serious sexual offense for which you're offering your plea. So, and that would apply to the child enticement charge. I did not see a reference to it with regard to the other charges.
No, the lifetime registration supervision is under count 3, Your Honor.
Well, we're talking about something slightly different. This is about contact with children and the limitation for a serious sexual offense against a child. Let me pull that up here. So under 973.176, which is a restriction notification that we need to give, we just gave 2 of them, firearms and voting. There's also a provision in paragraph 3, child sex offender working with children requirement. It says when a court imposes a sentence or places a defendant on probation regarding a conviction, if the victim is under 18 at the time of the conviction and is convicted of 948.1071, I have to give a warning about contact with children. And here is the warning. Anyone convicted of a serious child sex offense cannot engage in an occupation or participate in a volunteer position that requires him or her to work or interact primarily and directly with children under 16 years of age and is subject to a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison or $10,000 or both. The following is prima facie evidence that the occupation or volunteer position requires work or interaction primarily and directly with children under 16 years of age. Teaching children, child care, youth counseling, youth organization, coaching children, parks or playground recreation, or school bus driving. So that is a warning that you have as well based upon your plea today to the child enticement charge. Mr. Tamburino points out the requirement for sex offender registration as well. That's not normally part of our plea process. It's not required to be. But you are fully aware that this particular charge requires, as mandatory lifetime sex offender registration. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
So I listed off all of those consequences. We've been talking a while about those, but I just want to make sure, we began with the idea that if you were on probation or extended supervision in another case, we talked about voting rights and running for public office, we talked about firearms, and then we talked about contact with children under 16. Are you fully aware and understand all those consequences of offering your plea here today in connection with those requirements?
I do, yes.
Has anyone promised you anything or threatened you in any way to make these 3 pleas?
No.
Have you had sufficient time to discuss all these matters with Mr. Tamburino?
Yes.
Do you have any more questions for him right now?
I do not.
So knowing everything you know sitting here today, and everybody you've talked to before, and all the thought process you've gone through coming here today, do you still wish to offer your guilty pleas to these 3 charges?
I do.
Counsel, do you both stipulate that the complaint provides a sufficient factual basis for the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And in addition, we held a preliminary hearing in this case. Let me just pull it up for the record. So preliminary hearing was held in this case on October 7 of 2024. And in fact, we've had a number of hearings that would further inform the record and support the facts in support of the plea here today. So we'll note that as well. So based upon my conversation here today with Ms. Bergman and my observations of her here in court, the court finds that the defendant has entered into her 3 pleas knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily with a full understanding of the nature of the 3 charges, the maximum penalties that could be imposed, and the constitutional rights she's giving up. The court also finds there is a factual basis for these 3 pleas based upon the agreement of the parties, my own review of the complaint, as well as the preliminary hearing and motion process that we've undertaken already in this case. And so based upon all of those facts, the court finds there is a factual basis to support these 3 pleas. The court will accept your 3 pleas of guilty and pronounce you guilty of count three, which is child enticement, count 6, which is sexual misconduct by a school staff member or volunteer, and count 8, which is sexual misconduct by a school staff member or volunteer. The first is a Class D felony. The latter 2 are Class I felonies. The remaining 7 counts are dismissed by agreement of the parties and read in for purposes of sentencing. Now, we need to set a time. I'm assuming, based upon what I've heard, we're going to order a PSI.
Yes, Your Honor.
And my normal process is we set the sentencing hearing out about 75 days because it takes 60 to get the report back from DOC. And then it gives the parties a couple of weeks to process and evaluate what was provided. So let's take a look at our calendar to start. So that puts me somewhere in the middle of December, at the earliest. I am free the morning of December 22nd, if that would work.
That's fine for us, Your Honor.
That's fine for the state.
All right. And I know it's hard to anticipate, but I have to ask, do we have a sense of how much time we should allot for the sentencing hearing? 2 hours?
I would say no more than 2 hours, Your Honor.
2 hours? So why don't we say 8:30 to 10:30? And that'll be the sentencing hearing on the PSI. All right. So other than that, I know there is a dispute between the parties with regard to the question of remand. And so I want to hear from both parties in that regard. So the state's point of view with regard to revoking the bond and remanding Bergman into the custody of the sheriff.
Your Honor, the state is asking for a remand today. As the court knows, now that the guilty pleas have been entered, she no longer enjoys that presumption of innocence that she's enjoyed up until this point. She's pled guilty to
Okay, so she was remanded, I believe. I'll jump. There's no point watching that.
Now, is there anything else from the state's point of view that we need to address today?
not today, Your Honor.
Mr. Gambarino?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right.
Don't fucking do stuff with kids. She stays in custody, yes, Dave. So the maximum she can get is 12 years. So just to clarify that, the maximum she can get is 12 years. That is part of the plea deal, is 12 years maximum. So right. I'm going to go make dinner. So what I'm going to do is I've got this for you. This is an interrogation video about Army deserter David Degrat admitting he helped in the killing and dismemberment of his former friend and roommate Matthew McLaughlin, though he claimed he only participated out of fear of co-defendant Raina Joyner. McLaughlin, a 25-year-old veteran, was found dismembered in New Mexico after going missing in July, with investigators alleging Joyner shot him during a roommate dispute. Degrat now faces charges including first-degree murder and conspiracy, while Joyner, described as the mastermind, is also charged with murder after reportedly confessing without remorse. So this is lone crime. And as I go and make some dinner, I'll put this on for you. and then hopefully
You
then
say
I'll be
you're
done.
gonna-
And then hopefully we get back to the other one. I'll keep an eye out for the other one in between making dinner as well. So don't worry, we shouldn't miss anything. So here we go. Right, I'll be back in a little bit.
Help me with this. You're gonna help me with this. You're not gonna tell anyone, or I will kill you. Because then I would be knowing too much.
Shocking interrogation video in a gruesome murder. An Army deserter admitting to taking part in the alleged killing and dismembering of a man he served with. And the man you saw there claims he was just going along with the murder of this man. His friend that he said was like a brother. In fear of his own safety after the victim's body was found spread across multiple locations in New Mexico. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. We just received new interrogation video that's frankly chilling to see and to watch. It involves 3 men, 1 victim, and 2 suspects. All of them served together in the Army. I want you to meet the victim in this story first. His name is Matthew McLaughlin. He was 25 years old. He was an Army veteran and originally from West Virginia. Most recently, he was living in Taos County in northern New Mexico, not far from the Colorado line. Matthew's family said that he went missing on July 26th of this year in New Mexico. He was reported missing a few days later on July 31st. When police were looking for Matthew, his family wrote on a GoFundMe page that a big obstacle in the investigation was Matt's roommates being, quote, evasive and uncooperative. Matt was living with 2 people who he served with while he was in the Army. One named Rainer Joyner, the other named David DeGroat. Now, they had served with Matthew at Fort Benning in Georgia. The 3 were all out of the military, but Joyner and DeGroat in ways a little bit different, it seems, from McLaughlin, because they were said to be deserters. They actually had warrants out for their arrest because of that. We don't know the standing that McLaughlin had in the Army in leaving the service, but he was described by law enforcement as an Army veteran. Police were suspicious of those roommates, and we had the interrogation video of one of the conversations that DeGroat had with law enforcement on August 18th when he came clean about what happened to McLaughlin. Now, it might be distracting, but I will say it appears that there's some sort of cat in the room during the interrogation, so you'll hear that animal making noise. Let's play part of the interrogation video for you here.
We're here in reference to what started off as a missing person and is now being rolled a homicide of Matthew McLaughlin. I'm Deputy Don Byers. We spoke the other day. This is my partner, Deputy McCarty. We're just trying to get the full story. So again, man, like last time, like I told you last time, now that we are out in the open and we're at the situation we are, from the beginning to the end, I need every possible detail that you have in reference to the situation. Do you want me to explain to you the whole movie trailer versus movie thing again?
I get it.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready, brother.
So I would say it was, for what Joyner was thinking, it was pre-plotted beforehand. Because I would tell him about Matt still had a drug habit and he was still talking shit and making rumors. Everything kind of pissed off Joyner. So several occasions, kind of told him like, "Hey, no, don't kill him. Just now kick him off the property or something, or like give him a stern talking to again." To the point where it eventually came down to the point where he says that he was gonna go with the plan for Matt to get killed. So when Matthew was over in Colorado dealing with the VA, getting all that stuff done for himself, went to go grocery store, pick up groceries. He got dropped off at Cassandra and Jason's house. I went to go walk with him as we walked up the road. at the cart carrying the groceries of everything. As we got to an intersection, a shot rang out. Matt got shot in his right lung from Joyner's rifle, specifically his AR-15. Matt, not knowing what's happening, he did say, "I got shot," and he starts to freak out. Then Joyner comes from around the corner with my Beretta. He sticks it to his face and shoots him in the jaw, which makes his eyes swell up. And he starts to choke at his blood as he hits the floor. And then he hovers over.
Okay, the court's back, so let me get that back up then. So I'm not sure if there's another question or not. I don't know. That's some of the family. Defendant is not there yet, which is why probably the judge is not. So yeah, it looks like either another question or a verdict. So if it's a verdict, we're probably going to end the stream so I can go and finish my dinner. If not, we continue. Excited. Right, let's have a look, see if the chat in Law and Crime are saying anything. Verdict is saying so.
I understand that the jury has reached a verdict.
Oh, there you go, verdict.
So before we bring them in, I do want to say to everybody here, families in attendance, obviously, you all have a interest in the outcome of this case. I want to commend all of you for how you've behaved during the course of the trial. I said it earlier today, and I'll say it again. I don't think I've ever been a part of a trial where we've had this many people here on a matter that's obviously close to all of you, where everybody has behaved appropriately. I trust that that will continue with the reading of the jury's verdict. I would ask that you show no visible signs of approval or disapproval of the verdict whatsoever, out of respect for the hard work that this jury has put into the case and for the difficult decision that we have called upon them to make. This is not their usual day-to-day existence. This is something extraordinary we have required of them. So with that being said, are we ready to receive the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Here we go. I don't know if I'll go stream tomorrow or not. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Josie's here. Oh, Mexie's here as well. You never know with Mexie. She is sometimes in the dark. So I think I'll end the stream unless it's sentencing right now. I don't know. If there is, it'll be on for a little bit longer. Well,
Counsel, you all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ma'am, I trust you the foreperson?
Yes.
You hand the verdict form to the bailiff, please. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
remember, 6 jurors. 6 jurors.
Mr. Boileau, will you please stand for the reading of the verdict? Madam Clerk.
Verdict, we the jury find as follows as the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes. So say we all, day this first day of October 2025.
Thank you. You all can be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please poll the jury? Members of the jury, the clerk will ask each of you individually whether this is your verdict. You respond with yes or no.
Linda Young, is this your verdict?
Yes.
So there you go. That's the verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases.
Guilty, yes.
We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege to not speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up If you'll retire once more to the jury room, Deputy Boucher will hand your cell phones out. I also have some juror certificates I will come back and give you as thanks for your jury service. I'll be with you shortly.
Thank you.
Jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Boileau will be remanded into custody.
The court consider allowing him to remain at liberty pending sentence.
No, sir. Now, let's talk about sentencing. He's entitled to a pre-sentence investigation. So one will be ordered. I would like that back from the Department of Corrections within 30 days. Now, how long? I see a lot of people here. I don't know how many people are going to want to speak at sentencing. How long do you all think we will need for a sentencing hearing?
I would imagine maybe at least an afternoon, Your Honor. If the court would allow, I can also kind of, if your assistant could provide a couple dates outside of that, I can obviously work with what works with the family and kind of have a better idea of how many statements to have a better idea of what time we would need.
Okay. All right. Well, as part of the pre-sentence investigation, people are free to write letters.
Yes, sir.
And for the state and the defense. I anticipate that I will probably do more reflecting on what sentence will be imposed than in most cases. I would appreciate as much information as I can have from both the state and the defense with the pre-sentence investigation. I will not send, I want at least 2 weeks after I have the PSI back to reflect on what's in it before we have a hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, an afternoon, how long do you think you would need, Mr. Taddy, for what evidence you expect to present?
Probably a similar amount of time.
Okay. All right. Let's do this then. I ordinarily set a sentencing date today after verdict. I will, Madam Clerk, for calendaring purposes, I'd like to put Mr. Boileau's case on my October, I think, 14th pretrial conference docket. Is that a Tuesday?
It is a Tuesday.
Okay. For calendaring, just so we have another date out in the future, he'll be put on that date. By then, I'll have my assistant reach out to you all with possible dates for sentencing, and we can schedule it accordingly. Do you all think you'll need between the two of you a day, or afternoon each, or you all think an afternoon or a morning total will be sufficient?
I think a day.
Maybe a day, Your Honor, if you want to kind of give us the availability this afternoon, even as soon as that, I can kind of talk to the family, maybe have an idea, so when Ms. Zeke reaches out, I can give a better idea.
Okay. Let's do this, Madam Clerk. Let's put him down on my November. Do you have my calendar?
Basically, we don't know when there's going to and it's crashing for whatever reason. Thank you, Dan. Right, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I don't know if I'm going live tomorrow. We'll see. Watch this space, I suppose. If there's a trial, I might go live. If not, I might just take a day off. We'll see. But I probably will be back on Friday. So, yeah, just keep an eye out tomorrow and see if there will be anything. Careful out on the streets, as always. Hope you have a great night, great day, great afternoon, great morning, wherever it is. Thank you for joining us for this. I really do appreciate it. I am now off to make food and go to hydrate and, yes, sleep. I was up since 6 o'clock this morning and didn't have a good night's sleep last night. So, one of those days. So, biggest headache at all is here.
Fuck off.
But I'm joking. Everybody, love you all. Well, most of you. And I'll see some of you maybe tomorrow, if not Friday. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. Hug your loved ones. And speak to you soon. Thank you again. Ta-ra.
Ole, 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 Erin ha ka ka, ole, Erin ha ka ka, ole, let's go, Erin ha ka ka, ole, Erin ha ka ka, ole.